statute book, but it's about a need for models and different approaches, a cultural change, and a change in the focus we give to culture in the pursuit of collective and agreed targets for sustainability. International cultural cooperation is vital for the change we need. Personally, I think a part of that is about new understandings and definitions for international development built around cultural cooperation, so we can better address challenges through culture and use creativity and imagination to model alternative approaches for an inclusive and sustainable future. The British Council's core mission is establishing cultural relations that support mutual and collaborative approaches. We've aligned our work to look at culture's response to global challenges, particularly through valuing, preserving and nurturing cultural heritage, as Lord Parkinson highlighted, but also stimulating global conversations around climate change, inspiring action and encouraging inclusive approaches to sustainable development for a better shared future. So a big thank you to the World Cities Cultural Forum for all they've done and for facilitating this dialogue. And we look forward to generating momentum in the build-up to and at MONDIACULT, but more importantly, towards transformatory international cultural cooperation. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you so much. Now, our first panel of the day is Culture at the Heart of Public Policy. We want these sessions to be as interactive as possible, so we're using Slido. If you can, the information is on your screen now, but if you log into Slido or look them up using the QR code and then go to this code, which is 9259330. This gives you your chance to both ask questions in the Q&A panel, but also answer polls. So we will ask you questions, you will ask us questions, and we will all get to know each other a lot better. So hopefully you're now getting into Slido, you're looking it up, you're thinking this is excellent. And I'm going to ask you a first icebreaker question, which is, in the polls, we want you to just tell us one word or more than one word, if obviously the place you're joining us from has more than one word. Where in the world are you joining us from? So please answer in one or two words, depending on how many words the place requires. Thank you. So where are you joining us from? And from there, we can begin to see a pattern and get an idea of exactly who is from where and how we can shape the conversation as we move forward. Doing very well on London. Brussels, coming straight in, heavy with Brussels, excellent. Mexico City. Now, Mexico City and Mexico have divided themselves cleverly, so London is now back in the lead. We can't do this all day. I mean, we can, and we're going to. But in the meantime, now we've got a sense of that. Wait a minute, actually, this is getting quite interesting. East London has come in on its own as a breakaway state. So that's not surprising, but it is exciting. Hello, Puebla. Hello, Buenos Aires. Hello, Goldsmiths, University of London, a nation state unto itself. Belgrade, Johannesburg. There we go. Great. Thank you. Now, next question. We would like to know you better. We would like to know which bit of the world you work in and where you're from. What are you? Are you an artist? Are you a cultural manager? Are you a cultural promoter, a policymaker? Are you an NGO, charity, civil society, a cultural leader, community member, student, or the increasingly popular other? So if you'd like to, and obviously this, you can do this in either English or Spanish, but I am going to do it in English for the sake of everybody here. Here we go, a lot of cultural managers, a lot of people in policy. Fabulous. Right, well, while you carry on doing that, and we see that we have a majority of people who are cultural managers, but also a lot of policymakers, quite a few artists. While that continues, I'm going to introduce our first panel, who are going to share with us their thoughts about this afternoon's subject. This morning if you're in part of the world this afternoon, if you're in another bit. So our question is, how much is culture recognized as a contributing factor to local and national public policies in your country and context? In what ways can cultural cooperation strengthen development policies at a local and global level? And what more can be done? What actions can be taken individually and collectively? How can we put cities at the heart of everything we do, at the heart of our activities? I'm joined by three extraordinary guests. First of all, Tita Larrazati, who is Director of Strategic Partnerships at Indonesia Creative Cities Network and a member of the International Advisory Council of Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre in the UK. By Madalena Morena Mujica, Executive Director of the International Federation of Arts Councils and Culture Agencies. And by Maria Garcia Holly, who is from the British Council in Mexico. We also have extra comments from Johannes Ebert, who is Secretary General and Chairman of the Board of the Goethe Institute. But I'd like to start off by saying, welcome all of you. Tita, would you like to share with us your observations and experiences on this today's topic?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Jonathan. This is evening here, so hi, good evening. Coming from a community background, although I'm also a lecturer in design and creativity, but looking at how the notion goes now, usually, especially in Indonesia, because young people are grouping themselves to what they're interested in, and we start to realize that we cannot rely any longer to the extracting economy, which means just digging minerals, cutting trees, and so on. So most of our groups are moving into intersecting economy. So we're using the ideas, creativity, and so on. And technology helps a lot. And also the social media and so on. People start to get this word kind of startups, this and that. So anyway, given the Indonesia is such a big country with, well, I live in Bandung, which is very urban, but we also have people in islands and remote areas, in coastal areas, and so on. So when we realized that in communities, we met with each other, we make our network, and then we thought, okay, how can we make this matter? Because also in our country, development is always heavy on the infrastructure, education, for example, health, and so on. Creativity and culture is maybe number three, two or three. So then we gathered ourselves in 2015, and we thought let's have a kind of a set of principles and so on that we can hold on to make the development matter. And then later, when we joined UNESCO Creative Cities Network, of course, the commitment is to use our potentials in creativity to influence the development of our own respective cities. So then, when we make our set of principles and we make the tools to implement those principles, we connect it or we adapting the our government's KPI for development. So our offer was, if you do what we do in our principles, then your performance index will raise. So that's how we try to influence our government to do that. And in doing so, we also help our local governments to draft, for example, regulation for creative economy. And then also at the wider level, we also join, for example, G20, Urban 20, and so on, to make policy recommendations about inclusive creative economy and the future of work. And up to today, so now that G20 is hosted in Indonesia, we are also involved in some policy recommendations that are using our best practices or prototypes of how we can do this by giving proof, because we know that governments sometimes they are too slow to catch up with the newest trend, while we at the community and also in professional, we get changes really quick, but law and regulations are really slow in following us. So that's so far what we do, and that's how we try to connect with also our regional partners, like in Southeast Asia and so on. And in the International Advisory Council of PEC, UK, we also got connected to other countries with similar conditions and so on. So we are learning from each other how to especially influence our government to make policy and regulations that fit us. That's it, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tito. That was fantastic, and beautifully to time, and but also very, very informative. I think the idea of extracting communities and intersecting communities is something we will absolutely come back to. The next person I'm going to ask to say a few words is Madalena. Madalena, would you like to share from your point of view on this subject?
Certainly. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to acknowledge that I'm on Woiwurrung, East Kulin Nation land that is in the east side of Victoria in Australia. So I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, although I am from Chile originally. Thank you very much for this opportunity. 4 very big questions, Jonathan. So maybe I'll just give a quick overview in terms of how we see things through our lens at IFICO, which is the International Federation of Arts Councils and Ministries of Culture. We're about 80 countries around the world. For us, the big question around is culture recognized enough? We would always advocate not enough. And that I think that the pandemic has demonstrated just how much we need culture and creative expression in our lives. We always find it quite useful to look at the way in which policy development we think should be integrated in terms of not only cultural policy, but in terms of public policy setting. And it's really looking at the cultural value chain. So that is looking at creation, presentation, distribution, and then participation in cultural life. So if we look at it holistically in that sense, we start to recognize that there are opportunities or instances where there is quite effective government involvement, policy development at a national and regional, state and city level. But then when we go deeper and deeper, we actually realize that generally it's fragmented. And I guess that's where hopefully the opportunity that MONDIACULT provides and the great work that the British Council and all other types of multilateral organizations do and the Cities Forum can really push this agenda of connecting the dots. And I echo what Tita has said in terms of that intersectionality. 2 points I would like to make. Is cultural cooperation essential? Absolutely. Does it need to be strengthened both at a global and a local level? Definitely. And again, going back to that intersection, how is culture in dialogue with other sectors? I think, again, the dialogue with health, the dialogue in terms of the climate crisis, the dialogue in terms of even the geopolitical realities that we're living at the moment. There is a real opportunity for that voice to be stronger than ever. And there are 2 very practical sort of sides to it. One, which is more about the sector, and we do need a thriving sector and a cultural and creative sector. And what does that mean in terms of a sustainability piece? And then the other side is the sustainability of the future of who we are, our next generations, our planet, and the role of culture in that ecosystem. So one's more about value and that recognition, and the other one is practical and tangible. Maybe I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Madalena. Maria, you're joining us obviously from the British Council in Mexico, and you are one of the lead people in terms of bringing together a whole variety of stakeholders, a whole variety of sectors, ideas around cultural cooperation. I wonder, my first question to you is what can be done? What are the most important things to do in order to really move to the next stage of cultural cooperation between governing bodies, between cities, between international bodies and politics?
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, and good morning to everyone from Mexico City. I first just wanted to thank Lord Parkinson for his engagement in the dialogues and Stephen Stenning as well, and of course, World Cities Culture Forum. Tita and Magdalena, it's a true honor to be here, just like having a chat with you. So thank you for that. Jonathan, and your question, I think there is so much that still needs to be done. At the British Council, we work in more than 90 countries through, building sustainable culture and creative economies, making sure that our programs are engaged with local communities and making sure that everything we do is in partnership. One of the strengths we have is working in partnership, and that's exactly what we want to, hone here and make sure that we gather all the people and diverse voices to obviously catapult into MONDIACULT. As Magdalena said, this is a huge moment, not only for culture policy, but for overall policymakers, overall, how do we think about not cultural policy in a silo, but actually culture in the heart of other public policies? What can we learn from culture to insert them in, educational, health, political, economic policies? And I think culture is a great master, and it has a lot to teach. Now, in terms of what can we do, what can we still do, what I feel there's still a gap. There's a very big missing middle between the bigger and more grand narratives in the sense of the bigger cultural policies, international cooperation, the 2030 agenda in terms of the role of culture, the missing link for development, etc. And the micro narratives where actually the more strategic work is getting done. This means like all the grassroots organizations, all the artists, all the cultural managers that are by themselves organizing, and as Tita said, working on not on the extractive, but in the constructive sense of the word, instead of, how do we build, how do we create instead of extract. I think the bigger narratives, as well as the micro efforts, which is basically what is building the culture we have and in our past and towards our future, there's a missing middle between that. And that missing middle is policy. That missing middle is getting the message across into the policymakers and making sure that those are bridged together, making sure that they work together and they understand how do these two, let's say opposites in terms of, the bigger institutions plus the grassroots work are, how do we capitalize on that? How do we make sure we understand the impact that culture has, and how do we, narrate the evidence, and how do we narrate the impact, and how do we work with those decision makers to make sure that we are understanding and we are building a shared purpose? So I think, there's a lot to do in terms of policy, and there's a lot of lessons learned in terms of, as Magdalena said, the value chain, and obviously the impact that culture does, because we need to recognize, and this we need to advocate and make the case that culture is our common ground as humanity. So if we don't recognize, the culture and where we are in terms of what creates our identities, how we signify our world, how we understand each other as humanity, we are not going to be able to write a good policy if we don't understand that humanity and culture is what really, builds us as, the people on the planet. So I think there's a lot of work to do in terms of policy.
That's fantastic, Maria. I think it's interesting. I ran festivals for years, and people would always say, "Oh, you'll have friends in high places," and then people would say, "We support you on the ground." And the truth is, it was the middle places that you needed. It was absolutely that linking ground. Now we have a short video from Johannes Ebert, who is going to speak to us now. He is Secretary General and Chairman of the Board of the Goethe Institute, and he's joining us through video.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, culture is important. This is no question. Culture, and I mean the arts and culture in a broader sense, is essential for the cohesion and the development of societies. In Germany, in my country, culture is highly recognized as a contributing factor to national and local policies. In fact, the measures taken by the German government to support the cultural scene during the pandemic emphasized the importance of arts and culture as strong pillars of our civil society. And also beyond that, we have seen that culture has the ability to create mutual understanding and common ground within our societies, but also, if you have a look at cultural exchange worldwide, between societies on a global level. I believe that culture and the arts should always be free, and that freedom of expression within culture should be independent from the governmental level. Although governments play a very important role in supporting the cultural sector. It is important to create this framework in which the arts can thrive. Culture is a field in which the really difficult questions of our societies can be addressed. Different perspectives of values and of the common understanding of living together can be discussed within the framework of culture. And of course, cultural exchange brings new perspectives, experiments, new visions of our future. And I think this is very important in the time that we live now together with big challenging questions like climate change, like migration, like different crises that we live in the world. When we talk about the development of societies, I think creative industries play a very important role. They, on one hand, improve the framework for culture. On the other hand, they create a sustainable contribution to national economies. We are currently facing many different forms of crises, which also have an economic impact. Budgets of states are getting smaller. But in my opinion, it is absolutely necessary that we make sure not to alienate cultural actors through harsh financial cutbacks, as their work has a long-lasting effect and contributes to social cohesion in a unique way. Culture and the arts form the pluralistic, intricate and viable network that our societies so highly depend on, nationally but also in a global context. So I think it is very important for our future to give the arts, to give culture the resources that it needs to continue and to form perspectives for our future.
Thank you, Johannes, for that. That was superb. Back to the panel. I have a question for Tita, which is, in your experience, maybe in Indonesia, but also you work around the world, can you think of an example of a project or a moment that has seen a breakthrough, where something that's happened that has seen that beginning of the shift from the extractive to the intersecting economy, and that's caught the imagination in a way that we all look for all the time?
Yeah, it's always inspiring to see how community works for itself, because well, I read somewhere where government doesn't work, people will. So they will find a way to express themselves, and then to make it legal in a way. So we see creative economy as an ecosystem. So you cannot just talk about the transaction or the money it makes, but we also have to see the whole ecosystem that includes the human beings. You have to see the capability, but you also have to make sure about the access, and equality will be an issue there as well. So if you work on culture, you work on especially people who still have indigenous culture in themselves, and traditional people who maybe don't have the same standard of, say, wealth as people who live in the city. And we have to respect that. And usually it end up, if we do them, we do the expression of them, it can be just an exploitation of some culture. So that's where we should be careful. That's why one of the policy recommendations that we made, we mentioned that there is a need of an intermediary between the government and who makes policy and authorities, and people who are usually at the practical level, either workers or indigenous people or underprivileged people and so on, so that they can match between the top-down initiatives and the bottom-up as well. Examples, I maybe can think of some, but then that the one that really works, I don't know now, but but I think from the nearest of experience, I think urban people in urban area like Bandung, students who are really, well, Bandung is made of Bandung is a city of 3 million people, but then it has 100 and something universities. So those who makes maybe you can call it vandalism, but it's a vandalism for a greater good, because we just do things, we just create prototypes, physical prototypes of how the cities can be, and then the government and the people can experience how it feels to have, for example, a proper park or a proper zebra crossing and so on. So simple things, but for some countries or some cities, they don't even have that. So we have to create that so government and people can experience it.
That's interesting. Thank you. And Madalena, you talked about being on Bunurong land in the Eastern Kulin Nation, which I know well because I lived there exactly on that land until 2 years ago. So I spent a lot of time with the Eastern Kulin Nations. And Tita talks about indigenous people, but taking indigenous to mean both, obviously people who've been on the land for 40,000 years, and also people who live in mountains or countrysides who don't live in cities. What is the role of cities in your mind, with a view to how it can unlock that energy from a variety of communities, not just those who live within it? How can cities represent an entire nation?
Certainly. Well, they play such a fundamental role. Cities tend to be, or councils, local councils, municipalities tend to be so well connected to their community and the sense of working together that sometimes at a national level, where Ithaca generally works in, it's a lot harder to sort of get to. Certainly in the community environment where I am, and even from my own country in Chile, municipalities play a really critical role, particularly where, and Tita also touched on this sort of this urban notion. And one of the many barriers and challenges are around this sort of notion of decentralization, and say it in Spanish, deconcentration in a way, because it's not only centralized decision making, but it's also centralized approach and sort of congregating. So I guess it's the role of local councils, cities is so critical to ensure that there are opportunities to create that sort of local and support that local context, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. So I cannot stress enough that we have to work across the different government levels and across the different communities to make sure that we're not thinking of just a one size fits all. And I also stress that equity agenda that cannot be, I mean, I think that, again, without trying to, bring up the pandemic over and over again, it did actually remind us of a lot of the fault lines that we already have in our societies. And the gaps have just gotten so much bigger. And I think there's a really interesting opportunity, particularly looking at community-led initiatives, local initiatives, First Nations initiatives through an alternative model, alternative eyes that really have culture at the heart of it, to actually affect some serious change that needs to happen.
That's a really great point and really interesting. And let's stay with that for one moment. I agree with you. We don't want to spend the whole day talking about the repercussions of the pandemic, but I would like to ask our audience who are watching in their offices, at home, in an internet cafe, wherever people watch things nowadays, anywhere it can be. What do you think has been the biggest repercussion of the pandemic in the cultural sector globally? So return to Slido, if you would. Go to the polls section of Slido from the Q&A section, which, by the way, the Q&A section is filling up nicely. Do please continue with that. You have multiple choice here, but I'd love people to just comment on what they think are the biggest repercussions of the pandemic in the cultural sector globally. The options are weakened traditional revenue streams and funding, disruption to jobs and livelihoods, impact on grassroots and community infrastructure, increased at-home participation in activities, and negative impact on diversity and access. You can vote for these in either Spanish or English. The vote goes to the same place because it's just statistics. And statistics, no language bounds, apparently, it says here on this piece of paper that I just made up. Please vote on Slido. Tell us what you think. What are the key things? I'm going to do it myself. Excellent. I'm winning. Good. Any more thoughts on that? Otherwise, while you do that and continue with that, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Maria, a question for you. Obviously it's been a long time since MONDIACULT in 1982 really focused on a lot of these issues, and it truly mentioned the importance of cultural orientated public policies. What in your mind has changed since 1982?
Wow. Well, we have a full-on new generation of people in the world who are turning 40 in just a while. And so many things have changed now, even though we still remain those definitions of culture that were once defined in the MONDIACULT in 1982, which was such a paramount event to start naming the concepts that were once not named, let's say, in the past. I think that was really important. that also, hints at the idea that we need to, as Steve Standing said right in the beginning, we need to rethink if these concepts still represent us. What has changed under a full generation. That's I wasn't even alive when MONDIACULT happened in the first instance. So we have a new generation, a new way of thinking, and of course we have the digital revolution that has come and impacted obviously our world. Even though the culture and creative industries have been studied and named since the School of Frankfurt back in the 19th century, we still this new understanding of the creative and cultural industries definitely has been during the last 20 years. It has been since then. So many things have happened, and one of the things, like going back to the question about challenges during the pandemic, I think we also need to mention about access, right? So, and mentioning access, speaking about access is speaking about cultural rights, and we need to obviously put on the table that culture is a universal human right, and the access to culture needs to be secured by government, and we need to be able to access culture to shape culture, to participate in culture, and to enjoy culture. So there is so much that obviously has happened, but at the same time, we still need to defend what we needed to defend in 1982. We still, 40 years later, we haven't made the point across of the importance of culture, just like Magdalena started. It's kind of unbelievable that 40 years after first MONDIACULT in Mexico, we still need to defend this. We still need to make the case for it. We still need to advocate. Obviously, culture now is such a myriad of different nuances, and what I think and where I would like to take this is that culture usually is seen as a nostalgia. Usually culture is seen as a past. It's seen only as our heritage, only as our predecessors. How do we think of culture in the future? How do we take all these learnings and place them in the future? What elements does culture give us to understand the past and actually thrive towards the future and bring the next generation of 40-year-olds in the future to make sure that we did our work? Make sure that we didn't pass 40 years without making the case for culture.
That's great. I think it's fair to say that it's not 40 years, it's arguably 400. I think it's difficult since the Medicis to say that anyone's really made a great case for arts or culture in a country. And yet, if you look at the number of people visiting what the Medicis supported in Italy or what was supported in around the world, I mean, people don't visit cities to see the banks, do they? And so, but you're right, we absolutely need to make that case. Now, 64% of people who voted in the last Slido poll talked about the impact on jobs being the most significant element. And I wondered, and this is open to all of the panel members, what has been the impact on jobs, and what are the policies we need to do now to really move things forward and to make the point in the next 2 months to the ministers about jobs and culture and the way that culture and creativity can impact on jobs globally? And I will pick someone if I need to, but otherwise I'm just going to look at you all.
Maybe I can just take it from there. I think this is a wider conversation than just the jobs and the culture. I think it goes back to local, national economies, and to those, let's say, inequalities that we have. I think it's also really important to address in this panel and put it out there, especially looking into Global South, the importance and the stakes that we have in terms of informal economy. When we have informal economy, when we have fragmented economies, when we have a chain values that don't really sustain themselves, then any type of event, not only a huge pandemic like we had, they are risk. And again, this risk is obviously what impacts, making sure that people that were really going to make a difference in our ecosystem, in our world, decide not to do it because it's too risky for them. And we're missing a lot of valuable assets that could have, made a difference in the world if we don't have stronger, not only cultural economies, not only creative industries, but stronger economies as a whole that really value the importance of sustaining, the practices of culture and creativity. So of course they're interlinked, and of course we have, a fragile economy in terms of culture and creative industries. But then again, we need to make the case to these policymakers that it goes back to a more systemic, difficulty or inequality in terms of how do we value, what these creative industries and cultural practices bring, and then we have to make the case for them.
And it's absolutely. I'm interested in both the angle of how we make the argument about the importance of the cultural sector and the value of it and the increased centrality of it. I mean, to take Australia, Madalena, for an example, obviously more people work in the cultural sector than work in mining or agriculture, and so actually it's a significant sector. But my question next is how do we also make the point that it's the answer to these problems? What we do is the way of dealing with climate change, the way of dealing with a pandemic, the way of dealing with global inequality, global north, global south. How do we make the arts and culture, how do we make it the absolute core central answer that the ministers need in order to just simply give them the resolution they want?
Well, it's a very big question, but if I was to link your initial question around the jobs and livelihoods and lives, and then connected to that bigger piece, how we make the ministers listen, we need a thriving cultural and creative sector, and in order for us to have one, we need for its workers to have appropriate social and economic conditions, and that is connected to a freedom piece. It's actually the freedom. It is about artistic freedom. It is about freedom of artistic expression. Because if you're negating the opportunities for people to enter this space as a workforce, then you're actually affecting their, impacting on their freedom, on their ability. We need sustainable models. We need to understand that it is a workforce and that it does deserve social safety net, and that it does require a level of formality with the flexibility to understand the natural and the idiosyncrasies of the cultural sector. But that is a fundamental piece that has gotten us in this mess in the pandemic. We weren't considered a formal sector, and particularly for all the people that are in atypical jobs as defined by the ILO, or in that informality or that gig economy. So what happened in between, people left the cultural sector. There's this really interesting statistic of 20% of the music industry, or people in the music industry in Sweden left and retrained to go elsewhere. Now, I don't know how accurate that is today, but at the time in the middle of the pandemic, for a very wealthy country like Sweden to lose 20% of its music industry, that's huge. So if a country like that, if you go into countries in the global south, the scales are phenomenal. What is happening in India, what is happening in different parts of Africa and Sub-Sahara. So the sector needs to be recognized, and that is a really key part of where policy work needs to go in terms of a really practical aspect. And I think recognition goes hand in hand with this notion of value, because we don't question the importance of a scientist in terms of, and I know it's totally different, but there are symbolic value as well into this worker. But we do sometimes forget the worker side of it. That is integral for there to be dynamism and further development. Anyway, I could speak for hours.
I actually don't think there's a difference between the arts sector and either science or medicine. I think they both do the same job. They go in. Also, if you'd have said it was 25% of the music industry in Sweden, I would have suspected it was something to do with ABBA. But I apologise now to the people of Sweden for making a cliche joke. Jag älskar dig, you know I love you. Now, on that matter though, Tita, my question is, can you give us an example? We're talking now about cross-sector collaboration. We're talking about the link between culture and creativity, and for example, the way that health has repositioned itself, or the way sports has repositioned itself, or the way that science has repositioned itself, insofar as it's just understood that the first dose of any medicine costs billions, and then the next dose costs pence, but that the experimentation is everything. And that's how culture should be. Can you think of an example, Tita, or have you any observation about how we can learn from other sectors in our approach to changing hearts and minds?
Yeah, the challenge is actually, it remains the same, that you cannot measure culture in a way you measure, for example, medicine or technology engineering, which are very tangible. But then for culture, how would you? Because even there are no standardized fee, for example, for dancers or for musicians or something, especially if they're in the informal sector. If they're working on festivals or on carnivals and so on, they don't have standard fee and so on. So that's where the informality is here, especially in the global south and Indonesia, especially. We realize that there are two kinds of entrepreneurship. One is the one that is really going to be entrepreneurs. Usually, they are the ones in creative sectors as well. But the other one is they don't have any other choice but selling what they can do, which is mostly the traditional values or skills that they have. So these kind of people are usually the ones that rely mostly on the social capital of their community, and that really happens a lot. And if according to the say global standard that hey, you're living under the wealth standard, for example, they don't think they are. So we live just fine like this. So how would you measure people who are already satisfied with they have? And that's a challenge. So how would you measure that? So that's why we are offering this kind of index to see governments always need data, and data is important because that's a weapon to have an argument over something, including budgets, including facilities and so on. It's to what's to compensate if they are given so and so facilities. I think that this conversation can go on and on, and it has different contexts in different countries as well. Like previously said, there's no one size fits all policy and so on. But at least if we can recognize the value of culture, and also they start talking also about the value of very intangible things like this digital aesthetic assets and so on. So this is the things that we are facing now and in the future, because things are already going very fast in the digital world, and also in the other sense that we discussed. But then the policy should be able to handle that in a way.
Yeah, that's right. And so, in terms of the what we're putting now to the ministers in Mexico City in a month or so's time, what would, if you had a single recommendation that would begin to fit this gap, this policy gap, this clear mismatch between the work that's being done on the ground and the very high level desires both to support culture and also to use culture as a means for good. If you had one recommendation, and this is a question to all three panelists, what would your single first recommendation be to the ministers in Mexico? And I'm going to put that to Maria first, if I may.
Sure. Well, one, I don't think we can have only one, but in terms of what Tita was saying, I think a good first approach, and this is something that we've done a quite bit of research in the British Council through the missing pillar research and talks, would be to, if we can't just do, clear indicators or KPIs to one size fits all, we can start using common language. And one of the recommendations would be to adopt the language of the SDGs. So how can these cultural practitioners, whether they're grassroots, whether they're policymakers, start, inserting our actions into a global agenda of, sustainable development? How can we make our voices and our value be seen and recognized? Then I also think it's important to obviously, work with local governments and federal governments to build capacities within policymakers, because sometimes we need to understand that cultural agendas come to policymakers that don't necessarily have all the tools and who have different levels of understanding about these, this let's say complicated or conceptual theme as culture policy, no? So we work with them and we really make sure that, because the evidence is there, we have tons of reports, big government bodies are making reports, there are many institutions, multilaterals, making reports and sharing the evidence, but those reports don't really resonate all the time, because obviously versus the budget, let's say in health and health crisis versus in culture, the priorities are very different. But if we start to building that shared purpose, or if we start to build that capacity in everything, in culture practitioners, in students, in higher education institutions, since they want to start developing in the cultural ecosystem, and we start to build those capacities, then little by little we can start making that change and bridging this gap, or this missing middle between the larger narratives and the smaller actions that create the culture.
Great, thank you. Madalena, what would be your, obviously there's not going to be one recommendation, there will be many, but if you had to fight for one, what would be the one that you would push straight towards?
I would say avoid working in silos, because I think that's what has gotten us in the troubles that we're in. And that can be interpreted in a whole range of ways, which means you must work across portfolio. You need to work with your other ministries, and that doesn't say that the cultural budget has to diminish. Not at all. In fact, it should be larger. But it does mean that there is an opportunity to embed culture in other portfolios that can be delivered through other lens. And I guess picking up on what the Secretary General from the Goethe Institute was saying about this, the importance of the arts to also be free. So I guess it's not about artists becoming or taking on necessarily other roles, but allowing that space to breathe so that culture can be transformative, can be involved in other portfolios, while at the same time supporting and thriving and strengthening the actual cultural ecosystem through also the cultural portfolio. That also translates in terms of how we think about culture, and I also pick up on that, the notion of it shouldn't be transactional, it should be much more of a relationship, and that piece around cultural rights is really absolutely critical. I would also emphasize that not working in silos does mean working with your, Ministry of Labour, to ensure that, as I strongly advocated before, that there is a strengthened sector. So I guess it's looking at all the different areas of public policy and ensuring that it is embedded. And in that sense, I would connect that to the SDGs by saying that we do need a language change. But I guess I'm not sure whether it's so much the sector or civil society needs to learn the language. I think the United Nations needs to change the language, because we can hope for better futures if together we are thinking about our sustainable futures. And the role of people, the role of communities is essential. And then again, that goes back to the silos of public policy, and any type of policy cannot be done through closed doors.
Fabulous. And Tita, the same question to you. What would be the top of your shopping list for recommendations to ministers from around the world?
Magdalena and Maria already said things that I wanted to say. So maybe just one thing left about prioritizing access to those who don't have such or enough resources to do so.
Couldn't agree more. I'm going to read a few comments from Slido that we've had. Do the arts need to get better at business speak, KPIs, or should they fight their own corner? The question I think there is should we be learning the language of others, or should we be teaching the language of creativity and almost the soft skills? Should we be getting employers to focus more on their application processes and employment practices, which is Madalena's point? Absolutely. Creatives of the world unite. I think that's what we're doing right now, and we should do that a bit later as well, because actually these conversations are everything. Because we all, even if we're all in the same sector, we still live in geographical silos, and we believe our problems are unique. How do we? Here's a question: culture and creativity forming one of the 12 outcomes. This is a question about SDGs. Should and it comes. We always have this conversation. Should there be a culture SDG? Should there be a sustainable development goal built around culture itself, or is culture cross-cutting, and does it affect all of the 28 sustainable development goals? That's a question to anybody who wishes to jump in into the infamous SDG culture debate and question, a single question. Madalena.
All right, I'll do it. It's sort of been a bit of a bumpy ride, but where I'm landing at the moment is that I would say yes to both. And why? Because of the asymmetries in the world that having a goal for culture, particularly in the developing world, members have told us this directly, gives them the power, the agency then to advocate in a national context, to ensure that at the national development stages of national planning, national strategy, that culture can be there. It's a very, very strong argument if it's within the SDGs. But the danger of that is that you disconnect from everything that I've just said in terms of operating in a silo. And I think that's where what should happen, that hasn't happened yet, is to have clear indicators and changing the language and the flexibility and the opportunities around how you can achieve other sustainable development goals, such as, you know, addressing the climate crisis, poverty, gender parity, all of those through the lens of culture. So I wouldn't want there to be either or. I think it's a really incredible opportunity for both.
Fantastic. Do Maria or Tito, do you want to add anything to that as regards specifically sustainable development goals?
I think that was a great answer, and I think it's not either or, it's both. I do think that if it's a transversal element, we need to articulate it better, and we need to obviously make it more visible. No, because whether it's a single silo or whether it's a transversal cross-cutting theme, we need to make it louder. We need to be more clear on let's say the target it reaches. So either or, we just need to advocate more for that. Yeah.
Great. Tito, do you have a thought?
Yeah, practically, yeah, I agree. But then, as with our governments as well, if it's not written or spoken up explicitly, then they would think it's not there. So why would we care? So some people think like that. So maybe it is yes there because then we have a strong support that it should be put attention to. While now, of course, it's transversal, but it's shy, so they don't think about it as important as the rest.
And there's an interesting comment on Slido here as well about whether culture is perceived as a luxury in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You'll be very pleased to hear you should stay tuned for Pierluigi Sacco in the third session today, who talks extensively about often talk, I don't know if he will today, but I'll ask him about Maslow's hierarchy of needs and the fact that culture actually is not about self-actualization. It's not just about top of the hierarchy. It's fundamentally about survival. It's about life expectancy. It's about changing the world. Maria, could I go back to you and ask, from your British Council point of view, what do we still need to think about in this conversation? We have about 8 minutes left. Could you offer some observations on where we are and where you think we're going?
Yes, I think it's a very exciting moment. I think we're really seeing, quite a different view and array of, the diversity that culture brings. I think we should all be very excited for MONDIACULT. I know the government of Mexico is doing a great job in making sure that, themes are articulated into, the differences in policies, especially looking at indigenous people, indigenous needs, obviously looking into outside of the cities. I think that is a paramount topic, and that's something that has also changed from 1982, making sure that we understand the diversity of our cultural sector. I think, we've obviously, gone over through a huge, a range of maybe just in a very, let's say, quick way, because we can't speak for ages on this, and we still have 32 more panels to go today. So I think, we should all be looking into this as a very important moment and make sure that we, make the case, whether it's from our own positions and institutions, whether it's our own, position as an artist or as a independent manager. I think, it's important to don't give up on this. I think, culture brings hope and optimism, and I think it's important to not give up on optimism, especially in the world we're living now. No, so it is a vehicle for wellness. It is a vehicle for health and happiness, and we definitely need that in these times of crisis. No, so I think it's important that we stay on this. We keep fighting for positioning culture in the heart of not only cultural policy per se, but other policies. Now, what can we learn? What can we teach? So I think we're looking at a very exciting moment, and I'm very excited to be part of the cultural sector in 2022.
Great. That's fantastic. I agree with you entirely. I think we do need to think. Another question is about who are the intermediaries and how can they best fill those gaps. Actually, we do have time for that one question. Who are best placed? Is it at a ministerial global level? Is it at a city leadership level? Is it who are those? Who are the people who should be making this case in the strongest possible way? Obviously, we can only define what we ourselves should do because we're the people in the room at this moment. But who should be making that argument?
If I may.
Yes.
Well, organizations that at the, for example, national level, but they have the consensus of all the actors, whether they're at the bottom or they're at the authorities, but they are independent in a way that they don't change every 5 years or every time the government changes. So they're always there. So their interest is not the politics or not the how can I get elected next or where else can I get a budget if not from the public money and so on. But those who are really in the sectors and truly doing what they do for expression, for income, for all. So this goes to where we go next, because then we define that in the stakeholders of such creative economy and so on. They also you mentioned about intermediary. We also have the sixth. This is in the journal of ADBI, just came out and will be launched in August during T20. It's called Creative Economy 2030. So we mentioned about the sixth helix. So there are pentahelix first. There are 5 helix. There's government, community, business, and so on. So we argue that creative economic cultural and creative industries is the sector that provide inclusive jobs in the future. So the sixth helix is the aggregator who can actually connect this as well, be the intermediary, whether they are from anything. So community groups or anything that can be I don't know, say it English. Can be a push factor for whoever the authority is. Thank you, Jonathan.
Great, thank you, Tita. Anybody else got any examples of who we're really not pulling in at the moment, who we need to be pulling in?
I think we need to ask ourselves who we're not talking to, and I think that in the cultural sector we tend to meet with those who think alike, and which is wonderful because we all agree. But we need to really think about why there are certain groups, sectors, even people that have different visions, and I think that is a really important piece to kind of understand how we can work towards a kind of a more inclusive I mean, in terms of the intermediaries, there are so many. It's really down to your context, because an appropriate intermediary, for example, at a policy level or an implementation level, might be your arts council, your national arts council within your country, if there is one, or it may actually be the union, or it may actually be a community-led or a cultural leader. So I think it's really looking at those people in leadership role that can sort of that you can work with to support. I don't think everybody in the sector and artists need to be policy experts, but I do need to create opportunities for that cross-pollination to occur, definitely. Jonathan, do you mind if I do a very quick plug-in, which is part of the MONDIACULT?
Very quick, very quick.
Very, very quick. If people go to our website, the ithaca.org, where the Ministry of Culture of Mexico has asked us to organize something called Open Mic, and we're doing a report to hand over to them, and everybody's invited to submit their ideas, and obviously we'd love the British Council's involvement. But
Great.
Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madalena. It's fascinating. Great conversation. Some of the things I really take away strongly from this conversation are about getting across silos and getting out of silos. Also about finding out who are our best champions, because sometimes I look at an area like sport, and they're very smart. They play Michael Jordan when they want to talk about how it's elite and extraordinary, and then they play their local football team when they want to talk about community engagement. They play the people whose lives it's changed through health and well-being when they want to talk about its impact. So how can we get the best, to use a sporting metaphor, players on the pitch to do this? And MONDIACULT is a great opportunity to do that. It's a great opportunity to really put forward some strong statements to ministers from around the world in order to establish the importance of creativity. All there is to say now is thank you to our panelists, to Tita Larrazati, to Madalena Moreno Mujica, to Maria Garcia Holly, to our great people who videoed in, Johannes Ebert, to Stephen Stenning for joining us, and Lord Parkinson. We have 2 more sessions today. The third one is very much about transitional change and how we can inform everything. The second one looks strongly at sustainable development goals, and they're all going to be absolute crackers. So please join us for those. The next session starts at 11 o'clock CDT, Mexico time, 5 o'clock British Summer Time in London, and 6 o'clock in Europe. So please join us for those. In the meantime, thank you all. Thank you to the British Council. Thank you to MONDIACULT. Thank you to the World Cities Culture Forum for an absolutely fabulous opportunity. Thank you.
everyone. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where in the world you're joining us from today. My name is Ojama Ochai, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this second session in the series of high-level dialogues that have been organized by the British Council in partnership with World Cities Cultural Forum. This panel that you're dialing into now is titled Culture at the Heart of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And if you've joined, if you dialed in earlier, you will know that this is the second of 3 panels that are happening today with speakers from around the world representing virtually all of the continents. As you probably already know, these sessions are in the lead up to MONDIACULT 2022, UNESCO's World Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development. MONDIACULT 2022 is taking place in Mexico in September, where ministers of culture from around the world will gather. Today's sessions is to hear from top professionals from around the world on key matters and models affecting culture and its representation within policy and planning, and to inform the recommendations that will be made to UNESCO in this regard. For this panel, I'm delighted that we have a wonderful panel that I will introduce shortly from around the world, but also different people joining us from around the world, including from Mexico, from the United Kingdom, from South Africa, and from Nigeria, where I'm dialing in from today. Thank you all for joining. We want to make this session as interactive as possible. And so, in addition to the discussion with our panel, we'll be having a number of polls on Slido. I think many of you will have already downloaded Slido, but if you haven't, please go to slido.com, because there will be lots of questions and polls on Slido. If you haven't downloaded Slido already, the code is 9259330. I'll take it again, slido.com, 9259330. That's where we will be taking questions, and that's where the polls that we will do in this session will be. We're going to jump straight into it, and I'll give you, by way of background, and say that although culture can be seen as the missing pillar in development policy, our heritage, our living cultures, and our creative economy are at the heart of many societal, economic, and environmental challenges. Culture can be, at the same time, the cause of the issues we're seeing and suffer the effect, but can also be part of the solution. So this session is looking at what cultural approaches can be used to address the SDGs. We're going to be answering the question, how can the SDGs support culture as a public good globally, and what does this mean? In what ways can we see the SDGs as a framework for cultural activity, be it from a sectoral point of view or from a community perspective? Joining me to discuss this important topic are a distinguished panel, and I'm just going to introduce them very briefly. We've got Frances Rudgaard, who's from Living Arts International. If you give them a virtual round of applause for me as I call their names. We've also got Enrique Avogadro, who's from the Ministry of Culture in Buenos Aires in Argentina. We've got Emmanuel Robert, who's from UNESCO. We've got Jonathan Tanguy Tiong, who's from the ASEAN Secretariat. We've got Rudo Yangulu Mungofa, who's from Stimulus Africa Foundation in Zimbabwe. And we've got Sandra Chege from the British Council, who's dialing in from Kenya today. So a truly global panel from around the world. Thank you all panelists for making the time. I can't wait to get stuck in with the questions for today. But before we do that, we'd just like to hear from our audience. And so we've got a Slido poll. And so if I can just ask people to head over to Slido You will probably be able to see on your screen right about now a QR code as well that you can also scan to get on the page where the poll is, or you can go to slido.com on your phone with the code 9259330. So the question that we've got for you is, do you currently place the SDGs at the heart of the work that you do? And the options are yes, no, sometimes, not sure. So if you can head over to Slido and vote, we will look out for what you're saying on Slido before we come to the panelists to begin the session. So I'll just pause for a few seconds. Okay. I can see that you lot are being very honest. The majority of people are saying sometimes, and between sometimes and no, that's the majority. And then there's a few not sures. And then at the moment is 25% saying yes, they currently place the SDGs at the heart of the work they do. Hopefully today's session will give you some inspiring examples of how you can actually put the SDGs at the heart of your work. So thank you for voting. We'll come back to Slido later in the session for other polls, as well as for questions and comments from the audience. Now I'll come back to you, distinguished panel. We have asked you to dig deep and think about your best example of what happens when we put culture at the heart of the SDGs. And so I'm going to go around the panel in turn and ask you to please share with us these examples that you have. I'm going to go with you first, Francis, if that's okay, to tell us about the best example you've got, or at least a good example that you've got of culture at the heart of the SDGs. Over to you, Francis.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So the example I'm going to share, I think a slide will come up shortly so you can see some pictures while I'm talking. But the example I'm going to share is a project that was implemented by one of the fellows of Mekong Cultural Hub. His name's Tanupon Yindi, and he's a theatre artist from northeast Thailand. I've picked up this micro example because I think it shows really well the positive outcomes of integrating cultural practices and knowledge into work related to SDGs. And I think it's also a good example of how artists and cultural workers can thoughtfully approach development-related actions. So the aim of the project that he led was to raise awareness of water management issues in a particular village based around its river. So the artists started the project by preparing with some field work. They researched local livelihoods, different experiences and situations with water in the community. From there, they learned also about local wisdom and traditional relationships that people have with water and nature. And also through the mapping, they defined a bit more precisely who they wanted to work with in the community. So then they decided to focus on young people and had an open call for young people from the local area to take part. So as they started the project, they had a kind of triangle structure among the people involved. So there were three groups of stakeholders, themselves the artist organisers, the community, which was the young people, and then very importantly, they also included into that team for the project local technical experts with knowledge on environment and water protection. So the first activity of the project was to do a walk together to trace the river to see how it flows and passes through the forest into the community. So the walk was led by the local guide and by the water and environment experts. So artists and villagers came to understand more about how nature is a system and how the different parts of that ecosystem connect and mutually influence each other. Participants could also see in kind of hands-on experience how the river could be polluted or conversely how it could be well protected. And thinking about a concept of upstream, downstream, they identified ways that their livelihoods influence the environment around that river, but also talked about how the environment will in the future influence the community's livelihood if it's not taken care of. Also during the walk, they learned some scientific knowledge, but they participated in a traditional ritual worshipping the water. And that ritual, the inclusion of the ritual was really important because it established the existing connection that's there between local tradition and environmental protection. A final activity in the project was a workshop where seniors from the community taught young people how to collect wild honey, which was something the young people didn't know the seniors knew. And then the young people with the artists developed some kind of creative design for honey products. So that collaboration also strengthened community connection and reinforced links between water, food and livelihoods in the village ecosystem. So I think it's a good project. Engaging the local water and environment specialists helped the artists sharpen their focus regarding the kind of awareness that they wanted to raise and how their project could contribute to the community. But taking a cultural approach to the project meant it had a deeper and wider impact than it would likely have had with only a presentation from scientists. So that's our little example from the Mekong region. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Francis. I'll come back with some follow-on questions, but moving swiftly on. Enrique, do you want to go next with your example of what happens when we put culture at the heart of the SDGs?
Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to share some local examples with you from Buenos Aires, Argentina, in South America. I am Minister of Culture of our city, and one of the SDG goals aims to promote the environment to generate prosperity in the communities. That's why one of the examples I wanted to share, I will share three very briefly, is called Buenos Aires International Production, or cash rebate, and it's part of our wider scheme to promote cultural and creative industries in our city as a way to raise people out of poverty, get new jobs, and access to our talent as a way to increase creative production in our city. We launched this scheme 4 or 5 months ago, and it's catered towards international productions. What we are trying to do is to lure them, attract them to our city through different incentive policies, to work with our local talent in different audiovisual productions where Buenos Aires has great advantages in terms of talent, good weather, green spaces, architectural diversity, among many others. And what we are trying to do is position ourselves as a creative hub that can produce international content for the whole world. That's one of the examples I wanted to share, our cash rebate scheme. But a second one, and I think much more relevant, is called Abasto Cultural Neighborhood. Abasto is a neighborhood in our city called Barrio Abasto that concentrates the largest number of independent cultural spaces, venues in our city. We have the whole city, more than 500 cultural venues in terms of theaters, music venues, galleries, small library, bookstores, and all. And this neighborhood has a very large number of them, including also a large number of multicultural identity expressions on a local and metropolitan scale. It's also a neighborhood that has historically developed this kind of activities related, in our case, to tango and milongas. Carlos Gardel, one of our most famous singers, used to sing about the Abasto neighborhood. And what we've been doing is working together, not only with the cultural venues, but also with all the other cultural institutions, restaurants, bars, and NGOs and other institutions at the local level, bringing them forward to a sort of build together a whole conversation about the identity of the neighborhood, the future of this neighborhood, and the improvements that we can do in the public realm, together with a participatory management model between multiple actors, including, of course, government, but also, as I said, cultural spaces, neighborhood organizations and companies, strengthening, in a way, the social cohesion of the neighborhood, and trying to imagine this neighborhood as the neighborhood of the independent cultural scene, but at the same time trying to bring everybody on board, which is not that easy, taking into account the impact of gentrification, in this kind of projects. We recently won an award, the UCLG award, as the best cultural project for last year, and we are very proud. We will be sharing this information in MONDIACULT later in the year in Mexico. And the last but not least is called Pase Cultural, or Cultural Pass. And it's a scheme that we launched 4 years ago, and it's directed especially to socializing culture, to bring culture, to bring in to the cultural conversation to youngsters. And it's basically a card that we provide to every student in our public schools. And in this card, we put real money, actual money. The thing is that this money, they can only use it in cultural activities, whatever they choose to do. They can buy books, they can go to the movies, to a theater, they can go to a museum or to a live concert. They're free to choose, and it's very important that they are the ones who are choosing what to do with this. What we're trying to do is to expand access to culture in our city, get more people involved in the cultural conversation, especially students from less developed or less developed neighborhoods in our city. And we are bringing the whole cultural private sector on board. They are part of this scheme. They provide also discounts and other benefits. And in a way, we're building a huge social network with students in public schools that are relating themselves constantly with culture. And we're not only providing money and discounts, but also constantly new experiences within the program. So we introduce them to artists, we take them to theaters, and they end up talking to actors or visiting museums. It's a great scheme. And what we are aiming is to get absolutely everybody on board in terms of being part of culture in a city where culture is at the cornerstone of our identity. Thank you very much. And really, it's a pleasure to share our experience, but mainly learn from your experience.
Thank you very much for that, Enrique. And congratulations on the award. I'll now move to Emmanuel. And I'm sure you'll give us a slightly different perspective, as UNESCO, being a global organization, will have quite a broad view of things. But can you share with us, Emmanuel, an example from your side of what happens when we put culture at the heart of the SDGs?
Inviting UNESCO to take part in this important dialogue. If you agree, I will focus on an example at the multilateral level. As you say, I think it's very interesting to have example at both the local and the global or regional level. You know that MONDIACULT reflects a growing aspiration of countries to reinvest multilateral dialogue on culture. You know that we're in a very volatile global environment, so this is increasingly critical. And this aspiration is expressed in many different contexts within the UN system, for example, within regional organizations such as the EU or African Union, but also within other economic and social fora, which are actually not very traditionally familiar with culture. And in that spirit, I would like to share with you a story on the gradual inclusion of culture within the G20 discussions as a dedicated work stream. As you know, the G20 is primarily an economic and financial forum. And since the 2008 financial crisis, the scope of the G20 discussions was broadened to include other components of development, notably education or social development, among others. But until recently, culture was not in the picture. Since 2020, culture stepped into the G20 discussions, and this process was also supported by UNESCO. And I must say that it's no coincidence that it happens now, that this interest for culture within the G20 unfolds in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that the cultural sector was hardly hit by the pandemic, but also it was an accelerator for countries to acknowledge the power of culture for economic growth, for resilience, for well-being, and for a number of development outputs around the world. So this trajectory of culture within the G20 was gradually strengthened between 2020 and 2022 under the presidency of Saudi Arabia first, Italy, and this year Indonesia. In 2020, Saudi Arabia hosted the first G20 ministerial meeting, which was a starting point. Then in 2021, This effort amplified, Italy developed a very ambitious work streams on topics ranging from the role of culture for climate actions to the linkages between culture and education. And this effort culminated in July 2021 with the Rome Declaration, which was approved by the J20 Ministers of Culture, and later in October 2021 with the inclusion of culture in the J20 Leaders Declaration, which is the heads of states. So this trajectory was pursued this year under the presidency of Indonesia, and the focus is laid under at the request of Indonesia on the notion of culture for sustainable living, which, as you see, is quite broad in terms of conceptual approach. And a global recovery fund for the cultural sector is also on the table. It was proposed by Indonesia and it's currently being discussed among the J20. So in a nutshell, this was my story, and thank you very much for your attention.
And a good story indeed. Thank you, Emmanuel. Moving swiftly on, we're going to go to you now, Jonathan, to give us your example of culture at the heart of the SDGs.
Me here in this dialogue. I would like to take this opportunity to share 3 observations and examples on how today's challenges to sustainable development can benefit from the cross-cutting role that culture plays in supporting SDGs. First, I would like to start by saying that we need to find ways to better link culture with the broader issues of development. I would say that sectoral or silo sector approach won't work well anymore and is becoming less relevant in today's context. For ASEAN, we being in a highly disaster-prone region, and given the climate emergency we are already in, we are in need of greater coordination and dialogue between the sectors in disaster management environments with that of the culture sector, so that we could better protect and preserve all facets of cultural heritage. So one example of what we do in ASEAN to address climate action through culture is really to unlock the value of digital culture. Through digital culture, such as digitalizing our cultural artifacts, we hope that it will help to also form part of the solution to address the threat of cultural losses due to climate change and disasters. And we also think that involving cultural actors and incorporating creative forms in conversations on environmental issues may also resonate more widely with people into call to action. Second point I would like to make here is to offer the observation that many economic developments today may benefit from a culture-centric approach. Take, for example, the creative economy. A culture-centric creative economy can play a critical role in promoting inclusive development, especially gender equality, given that women employment in the creative and cultural sector stands at 57% globally. So in Southeast Asia, we are proactively developing a culture-centric approach toward promoting the ASEAN creative economy. A third and final point that I would like to make here is that through a greater concert of culture-centric efforts upstream, culture can step up to play an important role in advocating and advancing prevention to address the challenges that we face today in the world. In ASEAN, we have been consciously seeking to promote and develop a culture of prevention where we regard culture as a vector that works across a range of policy areas from gender equality to poverty eradication. So I would like to conclude by saying that as we rethink and reimagine the role for culture, it is crucial to ensure the orientation is inclusive and people-centric, and the discourse on the transversal nature of culture amplify the creative and curative role that it plays in and for sustainable development. So with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I really like what you're saying there about people centricity, if there's any such word. But we'll move now to Rudo to give us your example of culture at the heart of the SDGs.
Thank you, Ojoma, and good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. What I'd like to talk about, thinking about culture as being something that's quite dynamic, is how our present culture can evolve to enable the SDGs to be fulfilled. And I looked at examples within the education sector and under SDG 4 and the opportunity for young people in particular, to get a holistic and full education, but also for education to be a continuous process that is embraced as a journey. And the examples that I want to share, the first being on a sort of a micro level in my organization. The work that we do is centered around entrepreneurship, and we work quite a lot within the creative economy and trying to stimulate and foster a creative economy in Southern Africa, but also generally trying to build those skills, particularly in young people who've left the education sector without the requisite skills or knowledge that they need to ensure their own livelihoods. And one example is where we were able to co-create a program and implement a solution for 500 young rural women living in northern Zimbabwe in an area called Mbire. These young women, Mbire is an area that's really prone to child marriage. It's a very big issue there. And generally, the dynamic you would think when you hear of this is that they're mature adult men in that area taking young girls and making them wives. But we had to go into that area, into that space, using a very human-centered, co-creative approach to understand their cultural practices, understand what exactly is happening. And what we actually learned was that young people were marrying each other because the cultural dynamic was that if you got married, you would then have access to land. So they would want to leave their homes where there's 8 or 9 other children, whatever the case may be, and then start a new life, only to find that marriage and life and children was not that easy. And many of the young men then would leave these young women with children. So we were able to have conversations with older young women as well as girls, and understanding that dynamic whilst transferring the skill of entrepreneurship. We're able to start a conversation around a different way of thinking about how a young woman can change her future outcomes. And that was a really great opportunity. At the same time, we're seeing where there are a number of these young people leaving the education sector without an education that can ensure their livelihoods. Our education ministry has actually shifted in terms of our curriculum to include more of a cultural learning and explorative process instead of focusing just on cramming for exams and passing. And that shift has meant that young people are able to explore and learn and get more into research and explore their minds and expose themselves to new skills, which would then enable them to be able to plan and create a future for themselves in a sector or in a country perhaps where there are very few jobs, in a region where jobs are very hard to come by. So igniting that imagination, enabling them to research and think beyond the dynamic that they live with has been quite an interesting thing that we've seen in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rujo. By the way, audience, Jenny, Dr. Rampasad, Rosanna, Anonymous, I see you with your questions on Slido. We'll come to them in a second. Well, not a literal second, but we will come to them shortly. Sandra from the British Council, I'm going to just invite you in now. From what you've heard and from your experience as the British Council playing a key role in coordinating various global thinking and activities around these issues, can you tell us, the British Council's perspective of the role of culture in the achievement of the SDGs?
Thank you, Ojoma. Well, it's really exciting to be here today and really listening to everyone on the panel talk about their experiences and their programs is really exciting to see how well aligned the work is, because as we are having these conversations, it's really reiterating the role of culture at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals and how they shape the way that we think about the world and our roles in it and our responsibilities to each other. It's fantastic hearing how sustainable cities and decent work and economic growth have been key factors in how everybody is working today through their work in culture So in recognition of the role that culture plays in the SDGs, the British Council has aligned the work to look at how culture responds to global challenges, especially thinking about how we value, preserve, and nurture cultural heritage, how we stimulate global conversations around climate change, inspire action, and encourage inclusive approaches to sustainable development for a better shared future. One of the examples connected to some of the work that colleagues have mentioned is the Cultural Protection Fund, where we have seen firsthand the impact of investing in the protection of cultural heritage from climate change and conflict. The example that I'd like to share is looking at the Green Heritage Program, delivered in partnership with the British Institute in Eastern Africa, the National Corporation of Museums and Antiquities of Sudan, which set out to address the gap in the knowledge about climate change in Sudan. So Sudanese culture is closely linked to the environment, where they're experiencing dramatic effects of climate change through the increased instances of extreme weather events in the Sahel. And through people-centered approaches, as has been mentioned by other colleagues, the team worked with the local communities to think about how to feed into the designs of the exhibitions concerning climate change, and also to put these up in 3 key museums in Sudan. And the impact of this program really demonstrated the value of the preservation of tangible and intangible heritage through development of these collaborative exhibitions. These efforts have really contributed to the preservation of these cultures, and also sharing of insight that has gone on to form the basis of further research, dialogue, and conversations about this work. And the British Council is really looking at the wider framework similar to UNESCO in what kind of mechanisms can we create that encourage these communities and populations to think about solutions that are of value to them, that are critical to how they want to preserve and engage in their further development in their livelihoods. So thinking about that in how we structure programs, how we engage with our communities, and how we talk about the work is really critical to fulfilling the ambitions outlined in the SDGs.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I'm really loving how all of the different examples and perspectives are really diverse and including a range of actors, artists, communities, technical experts, governments, cultural venues, restaurants, NGOs, environmental experts, and so on. So my next question is really, how important is it for different stakeholders to work together to enhance the role of culture in achieving the SDGs? Mind you, this is in line with SDG 17, which talks about partnerships for the goals. So I'm going to come back to you, panel, to tell us about, in your context, how different stakeholders are working together to enhance the role of culture in achieving the SDGs. I'm going to come back, shift things around a little bit, come back to you first, Rudo, to answer this first.
Thank you, Ojoma. I guess the example that I would give in thinking about partnerships is actually some of the work that Stimulus is doing here in Zimbabwe with the British Council as well as Old Mutual. And what we've been able to do is to forge a partnership that focuses on building entrepreneurial skills and building capacity in young entrepreneurs, young people who are able to then set up businesses and create decent work and employment for other young people in Zimbabwe. So we've worked with and incubated young people from as far east as the Honde Valley, young people making banana flour from the mountains up there all the way through to, a young man in Bulawayo, which is our second Capital, who's using recycled waste to make roof tiles and speak to the construction sector. So the center of it, the partnership model that we were able to create, and I must say led by the British Council team here in Harare, bringing corporate, bringing us as more of your maybe more civil society themselves, as well as international NGO, and working together collaboratively. And where we can, we've been able to enter into dialogue with government players as well in the Ministry of Youth to try and push that conversation forward to say, how can we build that entrepreneurial ecosystem to help young people to create jobs, to ensure their livelihoods, and to sort of get away from some of those social ills that they then end up in, whether it be drugs and alcohol and so on, because of unemployment or underemployment. So that's an example that I would share at this point, Joma.
Thanks very much, Rudo. What you are talking about there, Old Mutual, for those who don't know, and I hope I'm not wrong about this, is insurance, right? So that's private sector.
Yes, private sector.
Okay, so Isabel Lopez Estrada in the Q&A was talking about involving public and private institutions to provide funds at seed capital for projects using culture as a driver for social change. And I feel like, Rudo, that example that you've just given us is exactly that, where diverse institutions like your one, Old Mutual, and the British Council are coming together to achieve what you just described for Zimbabwe. So thank you for that, Rudo.
Welcome.
Jonathan, do you want to chime in on this a little bit? So the question is, how are different stakeholders working together in your context to enhance the role of culture in achieving the SDGs?
Thanks very much, Jama, for giving me the floor. I think that when it comes to working with different stakeholders, where we are in Southeast Asia, we do have our own set of challenges given competing and different priorities for one. But what we are trying to do at the intergovernmental level is really to try to build a greater meeting of minds through awareness building, especially in dialogues, and encourage more interface between culture sector and stakeholders from other sectors, especially to consider ways to mainstream culture and the benefits of a culture-centric approach in their work. So one example I could really give here would be what I mentioned earlier about the creative economy, which really involve a diverse set of stakeholders. Certainly, culture sector is just one of the stakeholders. We have many other stakeholders involved in trying to promote and develop the creative economy. So therein lies its challenges. But as what I mentioned, we are trying to create a kind of interface that will enable greater meeting of minds between the different stakeholders and find a more mutual entry point of coming to consensus in trying to develop a concert set of efforts to promote and develop the creative economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, let's take one more response on this. Emmanuel, do you want to come in with a sort of multilateral, broad UNESCO perspective on how different stakeholders are working to enhance the role of culture in achieving the SDGs?
Thank you very much, Roma. Yes, I feel that also in the multilateral context, we need to work differently. We need to work more collaboratively. If we are to harness culture for the SDGs and for sustainable development. Let me give you just a few examples of this. Within the UN system, UNESCO launched last year an interagency platform on culture for sustainable development. It brings together a number of UN agencies and other international partners, around 30 of them, and it acts as a space to share information, but also to work together to jointly plan and implement. And I feel that such collaborative platforms are very much needed today. And we would welcome dialogue platforms with other stakeholders, with bilateral development agencies, for example, or with civil society networks to discuss about culture and development. Another aspect which I wanted to flag is that I think we also need to be more flexible and collaborative in the ways that we collect and analyze data, in the way that we monitor trends related to culture and sustainable development. And one example of this that I invite you to take a look at is the UNESCO Culture and Public Policy Tracker, which is a monthly bulletin published by UNESCO, and where we're trying to gather data from a diversity of sources to bring a broader picture of the trends related to culture and sustainable development. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I do subscribe to that newsletter, and it's rich indeed. So yeah, encourage people to find it, and show a quick Google, and you will find it if we're not able to put it in the chat. Before I come to audience questions, I'll try and sneak in one more question for the panel, and I'll come to you first, Enrique, with this question. Is culture really a common good? Should we start considering culture more as a common good, and therefore in practice entrenching cultural participation more as a human right? There's no answer to that, but over to you. Okay, it seems like we're struggling to get Enrique. Frances, do you want to take that?
Let me give it a go. So I think, yes, so I think cultural participation is one of the rights in the Universal Human Declaration of Human Rights. So I think absolutely, yes. And I think it's really helpful to think of it as a kind of common good and a specific entitlement when we're thinking about culture and SDGs, because I think there's a lot of the time, there's a tendency, and it is important, but to focus on those kind of artists and on cultural production and creative industries and these kind of tangible things that are focused on production of arts and production of culture. But there's actually so many rich and really important things that are happening around practice of culture. And even in the small example that I shared, just around kind of community rituals or people having access to arts and culture in their daily life. And I think it's helpful to focus on it in this sense as well as the other senses, because in order for people to have the opportunity to participate in culture, then we need to think about how and who makes those opportunities to engage in artistic processes, in artistic projects, have cultural experiences, who makes that happen, and then think about how they can be supported to do that work. So yeah, I think it's very important.
Thank you, Frances. We've now got Enrique back. Do you want to try again, Enrique? So the question was, culture as a common good, should we be entrenching cultural participation more in practice as a basic human right?
Absolutely. We think of our job much more than organizing entertainment in terms of culture, but basically understanding that culture is a tool for development, and that as long as we are not able to bring everybody on board in terms of cultural activity, cultural participation, cultural inclusion, we will not be able to promote the development agenda in our city or our country. Pase Cultural, Cultural Pass, I shared that experience. It's basically aimed towards that objective, that everybody that attends our public schools, it's actually participating actively in the cultural activity of our city. In a way, you own the city when you own the culture of the city, because you can travel around the city and feel that you are entitled to culture, that it's part of your rights, as you said. It's not that easy to measure cultural participation, especially cultural, I would say, ownership or something, something related to how you actually own it in terms of having the experience. And it's really, really difficult, because of course, if you are not in a way trained in the ways of culture, it's very difficult afterwards to learn them. I have two daughters, very young, 6 and 3 years old, and we read to them every night. We take them to museums and to theaters and music concerts, and I'm sure that when they grow up, that it's going to be very, very important for them, not only in terms of their aesthetic, experience, but mainly as a way to get a good job, relate to people that think different to what they think, and see that as an opportunity. In that sense, culture is curiosity, and it's a tool to open up the rest of your world. And it's really difficult because you do it basically through families or schools. I mean, when you grow up is when you are in a way acquiring all these tools that will make you free afterwards.
Thanks very much, Enrique. In fact, in on Slido, Avril Joffe and and Jenny Villa are talking about whether culture should have its own SDG rather than being a sort of cross-cutting element, on the basis that culture in itself and people and nurturing culture in itself is a public good. And I think that chimes well with what you were just talking about there, Enrique. The audience have been waiting quite patiently, so I'm going to come now on Slido to audience questions and just invite people, if you haven't already put your question, do put your question in the chat. There's a question from Rosanna Lewis who's asking, how can we capture the impact of cultural life in and outside cities to the SDGs to influence development policy to embed a more cultural approach? Enrique, if I may, I'll come back to you. You were talking about the difficulty in measurement, but do you want to reflect a little bit on how we capture the impact of cultural life? How have you managed? What sorts of metrics are you using in your case, in your city, to try and at least measure the effectiveness of what you're doing and the contribution of cultural life to the SDGs? I admit it's a tough question, but do you want to give it a go?
Well, I've been Minister of Culture for the last 4 years, and we started with building a new area called Data Cultura, cultural data. What we are trying to do is to get measurements that allow us to build better cultural policies. So this data, it's really important because it allows us not only to build better policies, but also to measure the impact of these policies along its way. And in some cases, with some sophisticated cultural policies as Pase Cultural, we also bring in universities and other institutions that are partnering with us, allowing us to go more deeply into what are we measuring. For instance, in Pase Cultural, at the beginning, we had some schools that were not receiving Pase Cultural, and we were comparing schools that did with those that did not receive Pase Cultural in order to understand how cultural participation was different in schools that were actively participating in this policy. We're also trying to measure cultural access to culture in terms of distance. So it's on the supply side and on the demand side of culture. If we have enough cultural venues or cultural programs in every neighborhood in our city or not. And of course, we do not have. And of course, and luckily, there are less venues and programs in less developed neighborhoods. And that's a problem, probably because we have less demand on neighbors, on people that live on those areas. But that's what we are trying to improve. And the only way to actually understand that is by actually measuring, And it's a quantity, but also a qualitative problem, because culture as a public policy is less developed than other areas. It's interesting because when we arrived 4 years ago, I had to convince our colleagues in the chief of staff office, who are the ones in charge of controlling what we do and providing money, our budget, our year budget. And I said, culture can be measured as any other area, and we want to be measured, because we want to ask for more money. We understand that we are having a greater impact than what you think. And I understand that I have to provide the information in your language, not mine. I'm not going to convince you by being emotional. I want to convince you because I'm fully convinced that culture can have a huge impact in our city in terms of development. And so I can, if someone is particularly interested in this, I can provide further information. You can find me in eavogadro, E for my Enrique, and avogadro for my surname, eavogadro@gmail or Instagram or Twitter. I'm directly answering all the messages I receive.
Thanks very much, Enrique. I think I'm going to get a mug that says I want to be measured because I want to ask you for more money. Love it. There's a question. Actually, before I go to that question, Anonymous are saying, love all the examples, such great educational and cultural projects. And they're saying creativity is the way forward for everything we do and for all the challenges we're facing. Here, Anonymous. Nadia was asking on behalf of many people, I'm sure, on the call for what the newsletter that Emmanuel referred to is called. It's the Cultural Development Tracker. And the link to that has just been put on Slido. So if you want to check it out, just click on that link that has been put on Slido. There was also a question from Isabel asking for a catalog with cultural and creative projects. And so, Isabel, there is your answer, in addition to the one that has already been provided. I think Rosanna commented on that, but that tracker also provides information. Right, I'll move to one other audience question, and apologies, there's so many comments and questions, we're not going to be able to take them all. What question should I take next? Right, someone, Anonymous, are asking, how do you think climate change impacts the cultural identity of each nation? For this one, I think I'm going to go to Rudo and then Francis, if that's okay. Rudo first.
Well, what we've seen certainly here in Zimbabwe, we had Cyclone Idai a couple of years back, and the devastating impact of that sort of weather event, which is not something we've seen for quite a number of years, and just the way that the communities that lived in the Eastern Highlands were just so ill prepared for such an event, and how even in some ways our cultural practices around construction, for example, how their homesteads were set up, even bearing in mind obviously the mining that goes on in the area and the environmental impact of that, and just the whole setup. It was not we were not prepared. And so I think definitely climate change has a huge impact, not just in terms of the weather pattern changes like the cyclone I mentioned, but also what we are doing, the human impact on the environment around us, and how that then impacts how we live, and how we need to rethink maybe some of the ways we live culturally, particularly in the rural communities in Africa. I think that's maybe what the thought that I would have on that, Ojoma.
Thanks very much, Rudo. I'm going to go to Francis next, but after Francis, I will come to you, Sandra, from the British Council. I know the British Council has got the Cultural Protection Fund, which is responding to this very thing. So Francis, and then we'll come to you, Sandra, to answer the same question.
Great. So where my organisation is working is around the Mekong region, and most of the artists and the practitioners that we're with are kind of independent practitioners, and they see their work at the intersection of art and society. I think in terms of the way that that climate change is affecting their work now, I think is really actually deeply linked to culture, because so much of the art and culture and the cultural kind of methods and artistic processes that our network are working with, the culture is actually really deeply linked to the natural environment and natural resources. So as that environment's changing, it aligns with concerns that people already felt, I think, due to globalization and colonization, all sorts of things about the traditional culture being at risk of being lost. So I think that there's kind of both pieces fit together in terms of artists and cultural workers wanting to protect environment and culture hand in hand. But I think there's one program we've been running during this year called Delta X, and that's specifically, it's for alumni of a program that we actually co-created with British Council that was looking at arts and SDGs. And the focus of that program on arts and SDGs was very much about how can cultural leadership contribute to SDGs in the region. But the alumni program Delta X, actually the kind of curatorial team that's leading it, at the beginning of the program, their question was much more posed in terms of, well, in fact, now it's too late. So perhaps our role is as cultural and creative professionals is to look at helping people to live with what's coming. It's perhaps no longer about trying to stop things happening, but trying to be innovative and support people to suffer less with what's coming our way. So yeah, that's from me. Thank you.
Thanks Frances. Sandra?
Sure, thanks for the question. Yes, the Cultural Protection Fund is a really important facility within the British Council for the protection of heritage, tangible and intangible, due to threats from climate action and conflict. So coincidentally and usefully, there is a small grant fund available for up to £100,000. I'll share the link in the chat. But this grant is available for the preservation and protection of archaeological sites and monuments, collection of objects, books, documents in museums, libraries, archives, buildings, intangible heritage like customs, festivals, craft, dance, histories of people, that are all currently really affected by climate change. And when I'm reflecting on programs that we've had in Kenya, for example, thinking about Book Bank, who work with the preservation of tangible heritage, which is a museum, a series of 3 museums in the heart of Nairobi that were having their archives lost to damp and changing conditions within the library that were affecting the potential lifespan of archives that are unique to this institution. And working through the Cultural Protection Fund, they were able to digitally archive these potentially lost pieces of heritage, and also think of innovative ways to think about future heritage and what communities are interested in protecting, so that they can think about the future and the potential effects of what they have that would be lost due to climate action. So I'll put the link in the chat, and I really encourage interested parties to have a look at that opportunity.
Thanks, Sandra. I promise to the audience that was not a plug. I didn't know that was coming, but what a nice coincidence that there is an opportunity that's open at the moment. So thank you. Who asked that question? Thank you to them for asking the question and enabling us to hear about that funding opportunity that's currently open. Because of time, unfortunately, Dr. Rampasad, Edgardo, I probably haven't said your name correctly. Apologies for that. Nadia, I know that you've got questions that you've put in Slido. Unfortunately, we can't come to your question. The good news is we will include those questions in the recommendations that we share with UNESCO. So rest assured that they will get airtime. Unfortunately, just not in this call because of time. Panel, I'm going to come back to you to give us a set of recommendations, talking of recommendations for UNESCO and for the ministers before we end this session. But before we do that, I'd very much like to hear again from our audience. And so it is back to Slido with another poll. And as a reminder, if you haven't yet got Slido, there's a QR code on your screen. You can scan that QR code. It will take you to Slido and you can put in your answer. The question is, in your opinion, where can placing culture at the heart of SDGs have the biggest impact? So the question again is, in your opinion, where can placing culture at the heart of SDGs have the biggest impact? So if you can slide over to Slido and put in your thoughts, that would be most appreciated. Right. So somebody talks about gender inequality, people and planet, communities, inequalities, arts. Somebody says all 28. Planet, lots of people are saying planet, poverty, eradication for sure. So please, we want more comments from you on Slido, because your thoughts here will also feed into the recommendations that we're producing. Bringing people together, thank you for that. Keep them coming. Creative social development, yes, for sure. Please keep them coming. Someone else has said poverty. Another person talks about survival, which I'm sure is linked to well, I think is linked to poverty as well. Inequality, yes, that has come up. Socioeconomic development is another one that people have said is can have the biggest impact. Empathy. Oops, they're now coming too quickly for me to track. Somebody talked about reversing the digital divide. Yes, that's super important. Resilience, social cohesion, the economy, education, yes, for sure, health. So I think what we're hearing from this poll is really that across all of the SDGs, culture does have a role to play, because pretty much all of the areas covered by the SDG are being popped in Slido. Although based on your comments, planet is coming out tops in terms of the consistency with which people are recommending that. A few final thoughts. Somebody has talked about the formal sectors in the arts. Please keep them coming on Slido, while I move back to our panel to ask them the last question of our session. We're fast coming to the end of this session. So panel, we'll start with you, Francis, this time. If you could make just one recommendation for UNESCO ahead of the MONDIACULT Summit, what would that recommendation be?
So assuming that I think at the MONDIACULT Summit, there'll be a process of starting to advocate for adding a goal for culture itself. My recommendation is, while culture doesn't yet have its own goal, but is serving other goals or a development agenda, I think is really important to invest in how cross-sectoral collaboration and cooperation can work, because we hear a lot about how that's important, but I think it actually takes skills and time to do that well. And in terms of the arts perspective, kind of training or professionalizing somehow how cultural professionals can be in service of SDGs, I think would really help, so that we don't have to adapt to a development way of thinking, but can actually professionalize artistic processes to support that, as they're doing anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Should we go to you next, Enrique? What one recommendation would you make to your fellow ministers about culture in the SDGs?
Well, probably to think outside the box and outside the realm of culture. I think that part of our challenge is actually to getting people to understand the importance of culture who are not involved in culture on a daily way. So I'm not sure. I mean, but still, I think that our narrative, it's very nice for people who are already convinced, but not for people who are not part of our conversation. And I think that's a problem. I'm constantly thinking schemes to, when I have weekly, we have cabinet meetings every week with the mayor and the cabinet. And I'm constantly thinking in how can I make them understand the impact of culture and the possibilities that we have. And it's not by insisting on what we already know, because that's not working. So I'm not sure how, but I would say that that's the main challenge.
Thank you, Enrique. Shall we go to you, Jonathan, for your recommendation?
I would like to draw an observation from the Rome Declaration of the G20 Ministers of Culture, as one of the colleagues have mentioned earlier as well, last year, where he actually placed the importance of digital culture alongside movable, immovable, tangible and intangible cultural heritage. So I would therefore hope to see that at this upcoming conference itself, that they may also wish to consider the important role of digital culture in its formulation. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Jonathan. Rudo, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you, Ojoma. I think what I would recommend is in twofold. The first being, really following the thread from 2021, where, the creative economy was really championed by, I think it was UNESCO or UNICTAD, when it comes to sustainable development. So really enabling the mainstreaming of the creative economy and enabling or supporting an inclusive environment whereby communities who, and many, particularly in Africa, many communities have a lot of their livelihoods entrenched in cultural practices, traditional making of basket weaving, etc. So being able to co-create sustainable solutions to build up those communities, to make them resilient, and thereby sort of building up the creative economy to enable, self-sufficiency, self-reliance, and also to shift the dynamic where you have a lot of rural communities that are negatively impacting the environment due to poverty. So this is this sort of thread of thinking, co-creation, developing processes of engaging communities and meeting them where they are from an empathetic point of view, and then moving with them towards solutions, and not sort of having a top-down approach, but rather a bottom-up approach to how culture can be infused into then solutioning, particularly around the creative expression. And I would just say that also, whilst I definitely agree with Francis that making culture an SDG of its own is important, but just like we've seen with gender, when gender was put in a box, it was the gender ministry responsible for that, and it's over there and it's in that corner. But as soon as we started the campaign towards let's mainstream gender, gender should be infused in everything that we do, we started to see small shifts in the dynamic, particularly at policy level. And I would encourage the same for culture, to say, how do we infuse culture in everything? Because it already intrinsically is there, but we now need to make a deliberate effort to do so. And that's something that the ministers can drive from their offices. So hopefully we'll be able to see some of that in the discussions in September. Thank you, Ojoma.
Thank you very much. And maybe the answer is not either or, maybe both. Maybe both as a transversal thing, and in addition to being its own SDG, because culture in itself is a public good, as I think it was Avril who said that on Slido. Let's see. We haven't come to you, Emmanuel. We can't really ask Emmanuel to give us a recommendation for UNESCO, where Emmanuel is from. But Emmanuel, do you want to reflect on any of those recommendations or add anything to the thoughts?
Thank you very much, Ojoma. Yeah, I think we have a lot of interesting food for thought here about how to shift our advocacy and storytelling to think outside the box, investing in cross-sectoral cooperation, mainstreaming culture in the sustainability discussions, and engaging communities more robustly. Maybe just to tell you that we are, as we are in the run-up to the MONDIACULT process, these questions, among other questions, are also on the table. And we are currently in the process of negotiating the final declaration of the conference, which will kind of flag the ways forward for the cultural policies. And this is an intergovernmental process. It's a negotiation process with the countries. And among the issues which are very critically on the table are issues related to cultural rights. How can we have a more robust rights-based approach to cultural policies? And of course, as Jonathan was flagging, issues related to the digital transformation. How can we make the digital transformation an asset for the cultural sector? How can we also make sure to preserve our cultural diversity in the digital environment and address a number of limitations? And I also would like to comment upon this issue about the transversality of culture, because it's true that we have been talking a lot about how culture is transversal to the SDGs. And at some point, it's our strengths. But at the same time, when culture is everywhere, culture is nowhere. So we have also seen the limitations of this approach. And maybe just to finish, and going back to your earlier question, Ojoma, about flagging culture, positioning culture as a common good. If you allow me, I will maybe shift a little bit the language to positioning culture as a global public good. And I think there's an interesting, a very strong interest now within the UN. So I think we have kind of a door open. And the UN Secretary General reached out to UNESCO as part of the reflection of the post-2030, and invited UNESCO to engage a broad reflection of on how we could better position culture as a global public good. And in this reflection, there are two main pillars. One, again, is about cultural rights. You were mentioning the issues of cultural participation. This is part of the cultural rights. And the other is culture's impact on the broad development spectrum. And I feel we have kind of a promising way forward in that sense. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Emmanuel. I'm going to move swiftly now to Sandra. From the British Council standpoint, is there anything that you think we've missed or that you'd like to emphasize?
Thanks, Ojoma, and thank you, colleagues, for your generous contributions. I think that's been such a rich conversation. The only thing that I'd like to perhaps emphasize or point people to is the Missing Pillar report and the dialogue series that was hosted by the British Council in collaboration with UNESCO and other partners, that explores the place of culture in the SDGs through research, policy, and practice. And the talks especially really aim to provide inspiration, connection, and solidarity to build a common sense approach to community and how we value culture for sustainable development. So I will post a link in the chat, and I hope you can all have a chance to look at it. And we are excited to say that we are entering the second phase of this research and look forward to inviting you all again to talk more about these connections and between the SDGs and culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. I won't belabor the insightful points that have been raised in this panel. And so I just want to close by leaving us with a quote that's been attributed to Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican activist and orator. They talk about the fact that a people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture are like a tree without roots, end quote. So to my mind, to achieve any kind of development progress, there's no doubt that we must put culture at the heart of everything. Otherwise, we will end up being a set of well-fed, well-educated, and healthy trees without roots. On that note, I just want to say thank you to the panelists. to the amazing audience, and to the British Council and WCCF for organizing, and thanks to myself for moderating this session. Thanks, everyone, and have a good rest of your day.
Hello and welcome back. My name is Jonathan Holloway. I'm your moderator for this session. It's great to be returning. I'd like to start off by welcoming you to the third in our series of high-level dialogues organised by the British Council in partnership with the World Cities Culture Forum. Thank you. I'd like to join, in fact, Ojama Achai in thanking herself and the panelists from the last session. That was absolutely superb. Many things we can take out of that, many lessons and learnings about culture at the heart of sustainable development goals. As we approach MONDIACULT 2022, UNESCO's World Conference on Cultural Policy and Sustainable Development, which will take place in Mexico in September, we know that ministers will be gathering from all around the world to talk about culture, to talk about the SDGs, to talk about policy that will define the world for the next decade. And this is our chance to influence them. We're now speaking, we've got people joining us from all around the world. It's in Mexico, it's 1 o'clock, so just before lunch. Here in Europe, it's 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock if you're in mainland Europe, just before dinner. And if you're in East Asia, it's about 2 in the morning and you're probably just about to have a midnight snack. Now, delighted to welcome a fantastic panel today who again are joining us from all around the world. And of course to you, the people joining us, watching, who are going to ask questions using Slido, who are joining us from around the world, from Azerbaijan to Zimbabwe. We've been doing our best today to make our sessions interactive by using polls and Q&A on Slido. Slido is completely brilliant. The first one we're going to do in a moment. If you have a chance now, could you please open Slido on your app? You can see there is, I believe, yes, a QR code. That's the word I'm looking for. It's late here. A QR code. Go to that. Open Slido either on your browser or on your device, or indeed, if you have the app, open that. The number is 9259330. And we're going to start immediately by asking a question, a poll, a multiple choice, A to E. What do you think is the most important trend in the cultural sector right now? The choices are A, better articulation and evidence of culture's social impact. B, supporting fragile ecosystems of livelihoods of professionals. C, increased solidarity. D, accelerated adoption of digital practices. E, adaptation of strategic models across the value chain. The most important trend in the cultural sector. I see Hamilton was not one of the options. That possibly would have been mine. Could have gone with anything by Lin-Manuel Miranda. Thank you. People are now voting. Yeah, we're getting some responses here. And as we wait for people to read this in both languages, I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Yes, here we go. We have 20% believe 27% believe in accelerated adoption of digital practices, or adopción acelerado de prácticas digitales in Spanish. Thereby, I apologize to our Spanish people joining us. Now, as that continues and we find that, yes, digital is accelerating even as we speak to almost 50%. This session is about culture at the heart of future thinking for transformational change. We all recognize culture's intrinsic value. We see the potential for culture to play a transformative part in shaping more peaceful and prosperous societies. That's where we are today. We need to get that message across. Thinking beyond 2030, how can we reach consensus on the place of culture in development policy at a local, city, national and international level? Joining me to discuss this are Ege Yildirim, who is a heritage planner with 25 years of experience working in Turkey and internationally. Ayeta Wanguza, Executive Director of Culture and Development for East Africa. Trinidad Zaldivar, Chief of the Cultural Solidarity and Creativity Affairs Division at Inter-American Development Bank, based out of Washington. Pierluigi Sacco, Professor of Economic Policy, University of Cieto Pescara, and Senior Advisor to the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities. And Rosanna Lewis, who is a Senior Relationships Manager heading up the Culture Responding to Global Challenges team at the British Council in Brussels. So welcome to you all. It's fantastic to have you here today. First, I'm going to ask all of our speakers to say a few words, their observations and experiences on today's topic about culture at the heart of transformational change. The first I'm going to turn to for your thoughts is Ege. Please.
Can you hear me all right? Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. As Jonathan said, good morning and good evening, good night to everyone. Thank you for this wonderful panel. It's exciting to be with all our distinguished speakers. Thank you to the British Council and to the World Cities Culture Forum for hosting us. I'm from the International Council on Monuments and Sites this evening, ICOMOS, the primary cultural heritage networks professionals network around the world, advising UNESCO on one of their 6 culture instruments, the World Heritage Convention, but also trying to engage with many other subjects beyond World Heritage, all cultural heritage, and nowadays beyond cultural heritage, but all culture, and even beyond culture, all kinds of sustainability issues. So our domain is expanding, and this is a great occasion to discuss those kinds of things. So we're giving about 3 minutes, as I was told. I'll be trying to stick to that. So culture and sustainable development, what are our main insights? Well, I would like to share with you by starting about how the crises of our times are all interlinked. Climate change, pandemics, health issues, justice and equity issues, capitalist consumption models. And while these are interlinked, the solution is also interlinked, and culture lies at the heart of such an interlinked time. And maybe that's why we still have not gotten on track with achieving the SDGs, because we're still missing the cultural dimension. It's not properly represented in there as yet. Culture seems to be actually a key factor in the problems, and that's why it would be a key factor in the solutions of these problems. We are at ICOMOS also part of a network, a campaign for having actually a culture goal in itself, the Culture 2030 Goal Campaign, with 7 other international cultural networks headed by UCLG, United Cities Local Governments. And we are advocating for the cultural dimension to be recognized as like the 4th force, just like the social dimension, the economic dimension, and the environmental dimension, but perhaps not looking at these in a pillar kind of mentality, because we also call them the 3 pillars of sustainability. Maybe they should be braced around, and culture is a glue that brings together different dimensions. So culture as the kind of the soft tissue, perhaps, that mobilizes and catalyzes everything else. Again, with ICOMOS, we've been trying to engage this kind of new mindset, more holistic mindset, acceleratingly in the last couple of years, actually. I mean, this has been going on for 2 decades now at ICOMOS, but more and more powerful actions that we're trying to take. In 2020, we declared a climate emergency, like many other entities around the world are doing. One resolution I'd like to share is quite important, Resolution 20GA-19 on people-centered approaches to heritage. So we are trying to make our domain of cultural heritage preservation more about people. And this means promoting connections of people with heritage and places, promoting intercultural dialogue and understanding, looking at sustainability and well-being at the center when addressing local, national, and international heritage policies and practices, and trying to realize the full potential of cultural heritage to deliver climate-resilient pathways, transition with justice into low-carbon futures, as we're all talking about, and also synergizing the heritage sector with other sectors, not only the more classical tourism sector, perhaps, but also peace building and conflict resolution, social and health services, nature and biodiversity preservation, infrastructure and energy provision. There's all SDGs are interlinked, and heritage is finding a place in them as well. And there was a question in our briefing also about reaching consensus on the place of culture in development policy at different levels, local, national, international level. What I could emphasize for you from our perspective is, well, localizing the SDGs means putting them into cultural diversity context, the cultural context, using local sense of pride and identity, dignity and citizenship. These all really happen at the local level. Looking at the case studies that are powerful sometimes coming up from the local level, grassroots experiences to share and replicate. At the national level, empowering local levels and harnessing diversity. And here, there's a lot of politics of culture, again, why it's both a problem and a solution. Looking at culture head-on to change entrenched behaviors, using culture as an agency for creative thinking and hacking established ideas. We really draw inspiration from the youth and climate movement, of course, who are doing exactly that. And this is about creating a culture of sustainability, maybe we could call them. At the international level, well, UNESCO is, of course, a key actor. That's why we're all talking about MONDIACULT today. More UNESCO civil society engagements, more UNESCO UN wider system engagement, partnering beyond the culture sector is something that we would like to see encouraged. Great things happening, but more should be happening. Going beyond GDP, about the metrics of things, looking at qualitative and quantitative data together. And there is a historic opportunity at MONDIACULT where a lot the resolution that will be put out will be an important outcome, but it's not just that outcome. It should not be static. It should be a process that we're all following and engaging with. It's a new era and it doesn't stop at MONDIACULT, so a lot of work cut out for us. I'm already over time, apologies. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ege. That was fantastic and hugely thought-provoking. I'd like to remind people who are watching they can ask questions in the Slido in Q&A. Please do begin to get those going. Now I'd like to ask the same question about the topic, an example, and what your feelings are to Ayeta Wangusa.
Thank you, Jonathan. Could I have my slide pulled up so that I stick to my slide? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. As you introduced me, I work for an organization called Culture and Development East Africa. And our vision is actually to see that culture is placed at the center of development. So our organization began in 2011, and that was before the current Sustainable Development Framework. And at that time, we were already saying that, would like to see culture at the center of development, but we also had a global objective that was to see culture integrated within public policies. And when we talk about public policies, we're talking about the environmental, the economic, and the social. So this journey began because we felt that culture was really at the periphery of development discourse, not only in East Africa, but in Africa. And so we thought we could start somewhere. So during the process of advocating for the Sustainable Development Goals, we were part of the process of, advocating for a goal because we feel that there are two pathways to actually deal with culture and development. The first one is like what this diagram illustrates, which is culture being at the center of the three pillars of development discourse. And the second one is actually about culture as a state of being in harmony with the environment. And that is a journey in which we walk into, so that at one point we'll talk about harmony. But what were the hurdles? What are some of the hurdles we are facing within this current Sustainable Development Framework? Of course, we all know that it is a neoliberal hegemonic development framework, and its characteristics is that it advocates for cultures of competition and individual self-interest, a domineering capitalist globalizing system, unsustainable production and consumption patterns when it comes to manufacturing and all that. And when it comes to the think tanks, we feel that they're politically affiliated to forums that direct the economic agenda that is capitalistic, with a few that counter that, especially in the West. So when we look at ourselves as a creative hub, we kind of see ourselves as the bridge between what is happening now and providing insights for the future. And we are looking at, for example, asking questions as how can creative think tanks within Africa or even in other parts of the world contribute to the new thinking? And that new thinking beyond 2030, as one of the questions for this panel asked, is we would like to see a transition beyond what is happening now that is more inclusive of different categories of people, be it indigenous or creative people, in sustainable development. And what do we see? What characteristics do we envision? We envision values of more cooperativism and a shared economy rather than more individualistic, agendas that have pushed cultural actors at the periphery. We are also thinking about, more fair interaction between local, systems and global. We know that globalization is already in, domineering system, but we also have, local ideas springing from below, and we need to see a balance and fairness between the two. In terms of the planet, and in contrast with the consumption patterns that are happening now, it's a direction where we see more solidarity. Like I said earlier before, the goal is to see that culture becomes that state of being where we're in harmony with the environment and begin reversing some of the issues that are going on. And then, of course, finally, it's the issue of having creative think tanks like the one that we are running, informing development processes, because right now we are still at the periphery, even if it is, a struggle to daily, inform development processes, but we would really love to see that the cultural think tanks are part of the development process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayeta, and thank you for one of my favorite slides of ages. I think that slide is absolutely brilliant. I thought that when you showed me before. Now, I'd like to ask the same question to Trinidad.
Thank you, and thank you for this invitation. And I love what Ayeta was saying about the periphery. I would say that one of the things that you mentioned also at the beginning is that there's right now like a common ground that culture it's important and acts as an agent of transformation and social cohesion, generates more inclusive and safer communities. Also that it has a positive impact in our health. It helps us to develop social skill, empathy. It is also known that the impact of the cultural and creative industries in our economy is relevant. Its contribution to GDP, how it creates, is intensive in job creation, especially for young and young people and also women. We have studies and numbers that corroborate this statement. And nevertheless, there's no correlation between all of this and the role that culture has in the development strategies of our countries. And this, there are many reasons probably for that. I'm not going to go to them, but in a way, as Sarita was saying, we are in the culture is in the periphery, or I would say is isolated. And one of the things that we have been seeing in by working with culture in the Inter-American Development Bank is that we have to build a better narrative around this issue and present how culture can support and enable the different areas of our society and the economy. And that is, and to put culture at the table of decisions. It's not an afterthought, something that we invite when we had all the decisions made, but have culture there. And in this case, going from the periphery to the center. to the center of the decisions, having all these statements that I already said. So this is one of the things that I think it is important, and then culture has been probably in the past being isolated and speaking their own language and their own jargon, and for many people was kind of scary. And still today, when we talk, at least in a development bank, about putting culture in the middle of the strategies for the development of our countries, there's a little skepticism. It's not seen as an investment, so it's a spending. And right now we have been building a different narrative, and now we have a lot of things to do with this, and it's a new scenario. And but for this, culture needs to go and needs to work in the intersection with other sectors and with other parts of the economy. For instance, we know that culture and the cultural and creative industries can play a central role in the development and management of sustainable cities. On one hand, they can contribute to boosting the economy of depressed neighborhoods and areas, or increase the attractiveness of cities as destinations to live, to visit, to invest. Likewise, culture can transform urban economies through the generation of new jobs and the promotion of innovation, which contributes to increasing productivity levels and quality of life by creating collaboration systems with other productive sectors that could be traditional or emerging. So what we see for the future is a role for culture, a key role for culture in many different areas. It's not just culture as a public good, that it will continue to be a really important part of this, but also culture as an asset for the development of different strategies for different sectors in our communities. I hope I use my time wisely.
I was attempting to use my unmute button wisely. Yes, you did. That was fantastic. That's 3 excellent presentations so far. Now, please, Pierluigi.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And it's really nice to have a chance to speak after Ege, Trinidad, and Ayeta, because I will reconnect to some of the thoughts that they already put forward. First of all, I would like to launch a note of optimism. It's true that culture is still very critical in agenda setting, but fortunately things are starting to change. For example, as it was mentioned, I am a senior advisor to the OECD now. The OECD that for a very long time did not really prioritize culture, now is really giving attention to it on a major scale. And we have just published a report that is freely downloadable called The Culture Fix, that is very much about this, how culture can make a difference at local development strategies, but also as a very important item for future strategic development. As Trinidad was saying, clearly this is one major future line of development, and the OECD is very much focused on this, and we are starting lots of collaboration with different countries. For example, we recently launched a report on Colombia, on the Economía Naranja, that as it is well known, has been one of the most interesting experiments so far in this field. The second element of optimism is that also the European level, there is now really a major upscaling of the strategic relevance of culture. Europe, the most ambitious projects of the European Union are the so-called innovation ecosystems, the so-called KIC, knowledge and innovation communities. So far, KICs have been dedicated to issues like climate, food, manufacturing, or urban transportation. So really key issues. So it's not, at this point, so it's not minor at all. The fact that the new KIC that has just been launched by the European Union is on culture and creative industry. This is the biggest project as it comes to financing of the whole European Institute of Technology portfolio. So only the financing by The seed financing by the European Commission is 150 million euros, but that's just the beginning. And then, of course, this really aims at positioning culture and creative production not simply as a point of future, let's say, competitiveness of Europe and so on and so forth, but really fostering a new global effort in this direction. And here I totally hear what Ayeta was saying. Clearly, we have now a problem also of connecting this to the big societal challenges and to issues of social justice. And from this point of view, I should say that in spite of the fact that today, for example, most of the big platforms, for example, digital content production platforms, are being developed by the West, it must be remarked that most of what happens in the business environment, in the traditional cultural sectors, is very much about exploiting the already existing incumbent positions, for example, in terms of just extending the usual logic on cultural creative industry, the pre-digital one, to the new digital realm. That's not very innovative. What's really, where the innovation is really flourishing is in the global south. I think that most of the really interesting things today are happening in places like Africa, like Southeast Asia, South America, just to make examples, and of course the Far East, where there is also some interesting, let's say, cross-contamination between the traditional cultural industry and a new emerging one. I should also add, just to complete the picture, that in this favorable scenario, there is also a huge upscaling of scientific attention towards culture. So for a while, we have considered culture basically as one way of entertaining people, more or less exclusive socially, more or less, let's say, educated and sophisticated, but basically entertainment and free time and leisure. So what's becoming clear, and that was also mentioned by Trinidad, is that culture really plays an incredibly profound and complex role at the cognitive level, at the behavioral level. So we understand, for example, today, that it's through cultural participation, for example, that people learn to cope with unfamiliar ideas, and that's the seed of innovation. It's through certain forms of culture that people have learned to cope with their emotional mood, and this is a key to mental health, and sometimes even, of course, health period. And at the same time, there is a very, very big line of research in social neuroscience that explains how, for example, certain forms of culture, especially those that include entail coordinated movement or forms of intimate contact and dialogue, are, for example, key for social cohesion. So we are really understanding that through an enhanced study of these properties of culture, we can, in some sense, get rid of this prejudice that since culture is mostly about entertainment, is not really crucial for the big societal challenges, is not crucial for the social development goals, and so on and so forth. It's exactly the contrary. Insofar as we really understand this and we streamline this new line of research into the policy agenda, we probably can start a completely new cycle. Thank you very much.
Pierluigi, thank you so much. And you inserted a note of optimism. I think we all probably need just a moment to cope with that, because it's been a while. So thank you for that. So after those excellent four presentations, I want to ask a question now of the person who here, in effect, has that connective tissue element, the person who moves between the sectors, Rosanna from the British Council. We've heard thoughts from the heritage approach. We've thought about the community approach. We've heard about the corporate world and what needs to happen there, and the world of academia and education. From your point of view as one of those link organizations that regularly brings all these people together, what's your sense? What do you think is the thing we need to be doing between now and 2035?
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, everyone. It's been a fascinating day of panel discussions, and to see that evolution from the conversation around culture at the heart of public policy to then culture within the SDGs, and now thinking about the future and how we can affect transformational change is really exciting. And I'm delighted to be here and to be joined by such distinguished and impressive speakers. So I think what's interesting about the future thinking is moving beyond 2030 and the agenda that we currently have, and looking at what are the trends and movements, where is the conversation going, what has already been said, and what has been working in this space of advocating for arts and culture and development, and where do we need to change our approach. And I think British Council's in this space of reflection, of learning. We're going into a second phase of research into the missing pillar, which we published back in 2020, to go back and analyse the policy development since then, the practice, highlight some case studies of our own, but also of our partners and those who have been doing excellent work to try and advocate, but also to effect change on the ground. And then to think about what does that future look like? Where is culture within the development sphere in terms of what future do we want and how are we going to get there? And I think what's interesting is that time and time again, the same issues come up. And I think that they should be at the center of how we approach development rather than the how. It should be the what and the why. So things like a values and rights-based approach, a people-centered, community-centered and planet-centered approach, the interdisciplinary, holistic, cross-cutting aspect around development and the role that culture plays within that as a form of human nature, and this sense of local and global, how we can connect what's happening on the ground, what's tangibly possible, and how do we listen to the people who are experiencing the global challenges of today, and include them in what that future will look like. So those are just some initial thoughts I've had. I've been taking furious notes throughout this and previous panels, and hopefully I can keep contributing to this conversation with the other panelists today.
Thank you, Rosanna. That's fantastic. I'd like to move on to some questions, and please keep audience questions coming in. We're getting some excellent ones in, but I want to start by asking the question to Ege. One of the things everybody has touched on is how do we shift culture and the conversation about culture from the edge to the core, to the very center? How do we get to that point whereby it is an essential part of the conversation in the same way that law and civic society and safety and health and sport and all the other bits that make up society? How do we shift culture to be absolutely at the core of that? Simple question.
Yeah, so simple. Well, one can go on and get lost, or try to say it simply. Well, one thing is that if we're talking as cultural sector people, I think today we're not all culture sector necessarily. I'm happy to see banking world speakers, so reaching out beyond ourselves, being self-critical. There's a lot of homework for cultural sector people. We need to go out there and be less scary, as it was said, start to speak the language that other people talk about development, but also be bolder and more self-assured about how everybody needs culture. It's not just for the culture sector's members' own well-being. It's to save everybody's well-being. It's a responsibility we owe, I think, to whole of society. And here, I think we have to keep asking for being at the decision-making table from the outset, as it was said. So try to make sure that these reports, development plans, programs, policies are made with some cultural actors in the process. Consult cultural actors, cultural agents, experts on this, and also advocate for across the board cultural inclusion, not just in a sector. And sometimes I think we have to go beyond our own established thinking. We belong everywhere, and go out to unconventional partners to speak with. So that's, I think, more our homework. Other than that, about how to put it at the center, well, actually data is key, of course. Yeah, it's difficult. It's a general problem we have with qualitative data being more available than quantitative, but it's not impossible to quantify relevant data that'll make culture a stronger case. And I'd like to give the example of the World Health Organization, because they issued a very interesting report about the connection of arts and health very recently. And I mean, the pandemic was a great opportunity to see how arts and culture really are good for our mental well-being. And it was actually scientifically proven in this very good report about arts and health. And these need to be amplified. It's very heartening to hear about the OECD report, the Culture Fix. We see more of these reports, more interest in that. So all this data needs to be there needs to be a meta database where we can find them, or a better connected network where we can reach these kinds of information sources and use them. So the science policy interface, and always be action oriented, I would say.
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask Ayeta now a similar question, but actually, we're talking about the link between qualitative, quantitative, and narrative storytelling and data. And my question is, what would a more values-based structure and approach look like? How would we tell that story in a way that is more compelling, Ayeta? From your experience, when have you seen that story told in a beautiful and exquisite and compelling way?
So maybe I can begin by telling the story of what's happening at policy level, and we can begin to see some shifts, especially when you link that story to the economics of culture. We see policies now coming up, not necessarily policies alone, but strategies, to begin investing in cultural infrastructure. We see cultural organizations begin coming up with strategies to see how cultural vibrancy can be measured in cities. I think Ojoma's organization is doing a project around that. But I think in all this, where there is a gap between what the reawakening at the moment and what's happening at the community level, is like culture was removed from the education system at one point. And so when it was removed, that means you're also removing, you're killing a market for culture, for theater goers, for concert goers and all that. So when we talk about measuring, telling the story socially, using social indicators, how many people are going to theater and how many people are buying, the economic statistics. I think the problem is it goes back to the kind of education, and I'm talking about Africa, East Africa to be precise, whereby if children are not taught to appreciate culture, then it kills the whole efforts that are being made by the policymakers. But we see some efforts, for example, like in Kenya, whereby the education system is being changed to what they call competence-based education system. And so students will be taught will be encouraged to learn based on what their competencies are. And we are hoping that cultural education will be part of that process. I'm in touch with someone in Kenya who is actually trying to see that arts and sports subjects valued in such a way that you can get a certificate out of it, because right now that is not happening. So I think if we get it right through the education system, we are not only growing a citizenry that appreciate the arts, we are also growing a domestic market for the arts, because right now we find that many artists are frustrated because they produce what is not consumed or only consumed by those few who kind of appreciate the arts. And then you find that most artists, if it is a visual artist, if it's a dancer, they have to find markets abroad. And yet you find that there is a market that is being killed because of, the peripheral policies that have been embedded within the cultural sector. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much. A lot to think about. I'm interested, Trinidad, you are probably the person on the panel who has the most day-to-day experience of representing the arts and culture on the other side, in the very commercial sector. And I wondered, are there examples of projects or arguments or breakthroughs you've had? Are there moments where you've said a thing and it's just the click has happened that we can learn from?
Yeah, well, I'm in the commercial, but we're a development bank, so this is a difference. But we have had a couple of aha moments that are really interesting. First of all, the first aha moment was when we realized that we have to create a narrative and to talk to the finance ministers, not to the cultural sector, because they agree with us. We have all the same ideas, but the ministers of finance ministers, they're not seeing. So culture is invisible many times for them. So they see this as something that is not an investment. It won't create value. So as soon as we learn how to talk to them and to create this narrative, the conversation shifts immediately. It is incredible. So this is one of the things that we really learn. And if you can see our publications and studies, they're really created for these audiences, for policymakers that are in different areas and the cultural areas, but not just for the cultural audience. And we did last year something that was really interesting, and we have been replicating this year, the first policy dialogues, intersectoral policy dialogues. After identifying what were the main problems for cultural and creative industries that they have to really flourish and succeed and go from being an opportunity to a reality. And this intersectoral dialogue was another aha moment, because we started working with them, and you can feel how uncomfortable they were. So the Minister of Labor with the cultural minister, and so they thought they were talking about different things, but in the end, they really arrived to a common ground, and they saw the different public policy instruments that they could use that probably were developed for one sector, that they can use it in the cultural sector to help all the issues that has to do with the characterization of employment. That is a key issue. So I think put culture, bring it back, don't have it isolated. And I joke many times, and I said, okay, when you have the pictures of the ministers, you have the Minister of Finance at the center, and the cultural minister is always at the end of the table. We have to push this to the center. And that would happen if you start having these conversations and you start building public policies that are intersectoral, and you can see how the cultural labor force is not a super special one, that it has a very special characteristic, but they need same things as others. So they need probably the same solutions. And that is how we have been looking at this, and also thinking on more than, I'm going to quote a famous phrase, but not what the society or the government can do for culture, but what culture can do for the different areas of government and the society. There is, I don't know, it is huge what culture can do, and not also is huge, it's relevant and important. And my last thing is, when I'm in this meeting with all these policy wonks, and I hear after when we talk about the cultural projects, that these projects are beautiful, I almost cry, because they're not beautiful. They're relevant, they're impactful. And if we keep looking at these sectors as a nice to have after we solve all this problem, we're not going anywhere. So we have to have the cultural sector at the center to solve this problem.
Great, thank you. It's a really good point about the about where culture is placed in politics. In the two cities I've worked in running festivals that have been the most successful, each of them had the culture portfolio held by either the premier, who was the head of the government, or the mayor. They took that portfolio for themselves, along with other key ones, and they did it because they knew the stories were there. They knew that the soft and also transformational change was there, and they knew that they can get re-elected based on great cultural stories. And as soon as we can persuade people of that, it'll be easier. Pierluigi, my question to you is obviously we're talking about the whole range of ways it's being used in government and in organizations, but what are we missing? Which other key stakeholders are there that we need to persuade if we're going to absolutely get to where we need to get to by preferably September, but if not 2035?
Well, the key stakeholders, I think, are the ones that are generally the policymakers outside the cultural realm, because this is where we are still a bit lacking. Because, it's very difficult, for example, to convince today seriously public health officers that cultural participation can be a big and important leg of a future strategy for example, resilient mental health, post-pandemic mental health, or in taking seriously certain forms of especially the psychosomatic dimension of medicine today from a completely different angle. Or in many cases, for example, people working on climate strategies, environmental strategies, that again, cultural participation can make a huge difference in this regard. So there is an impressive amount of evidence, but we need more projects in which we demonstrate the real potential. From this point of view, I think that what's happening in Europe with the new European Bauhaus is particularly interesting, because this is a really ambitious project to consider culture as an overarching context for the green transition of Europe. And there are very interesting examples and laboratories developed in certain European cities. But again, it's still too narrow base. We need to expand this dramatically. And also in many countries that could really make a difference from this point of view. Just to make an example, the United States are very, very narrow-minded in this regard. There's very little experimentation in there. And that's critical in many respects. Again, I see lots of things happening from the bottom up in the global south. But again, this needs to be also uptaken and developed further by the local institutions. So yeah, it's basically with the policymakers.
That's great, and thank you for that. Also, given that what we're saying is that we need to start preaching to the unconverted rather than to the converted. Question for Rosanna: what can we do to encourage cooperation between all of the different policy organizations and get a single script? Is a single script necessary, first of all? And if it is, what are the steps between now and getting to the point whereby people just go, it's obvious, we've heard it, it stays the same?
Yeah, thanks for that thought-provoking question. Obviously, cultural diversity and different approaches, different stakeholders will need different narratives. And I do think that we can have a shared vision of what kind of future world we want to live in, which is more inclusive, which is more sustainable. And there's so many trends and movements moving in that direction, both for society and for the planet. So that's very promising. But there is still a lot of people to convert, as you say, even to that notion of what future we want to have, to live in for ourselves and for future generations. So just getting a shared vision that we can all buy into and really agree on would be a huge step. Then in terms of the narrative around culture and the role that culture can play within that vision, I think there's a spectrum, and there are different approaches, and there's value in each of those. The intrinsic value of culture and supporting the cultural sector and artists to do what they do best and to express themselves in their own ways is really important. But also looking at how we as intermediaries, and a lot of the people on the calls today in these panels have been networks, NGOs, practitioners, researchers, policymakers, people representing lots of different aspects of culture, heritage sector as well as cultural sector, and that wider sense of the way that we live. And we have a privilege to be in those intermediary spaces between communities and artists and cultural activists and those policymakers. And I think that's a privilege that we should use to our advantage. There are so many platforms, including MONDIACULT, where we can try and influence the thinking, the narrative, but as well cooperate between us and come to some shared vision and commonalities in the way that we see things. I think, Ayeta, your diagram is really helpful. And I think that both you and Ege were talking about culture at the heart, at the center. And I really like that image. And I think 2030 is a kind of fictitious deadline that we set ourselves. But I mean, the world won't stop in 2030. It will continue. So we really need to think about how we can cooperate beyond 2030 and start thinking about what cultural cooperation looks like beyond 2030, not just where does culture fit into the development sphere, but how can we work together, provide that solidarity and financial and other ways of supporting culture to be part of the solutions and not part of the problem.
That's great. Thank you, Rosanna. It's really heartening, everything everyone is saying. And it's interesting. We're going to come to questions from Slido in a moment, so please keep them coming in. But I think we've possibly answered one of them, which is, do we need ambassadors for culture in the same way as we have ambassadors for UNICEF and so on? And I think the answer is, from what everybody is saying, absolutely yes. We need to tell this story beautifully. Maybe we need Burna Boy to be the advocate and ambassador for arts and culture rather than Pepsi. Controversial statement. Now we're going to a Slido poll, and we're going to ask you a question again on Slido. Back to, who are you, people who are joining us, people who are watching and listening? It's a multiple choice. You can go with artist, cultural manager, promoter, policymaker, and so on, with the ever popular other available. So please just jump on there and tell us who you are, and so we know who we're sharing our time with. Thank you. Great. We've got quite a lot of NGOs, charities, civil society. Oh no, they're dropping. No, they're rising again. I've realized this goes fast and I probably shouldn't just comment on the movement of the bars. Yes, absolutely. A lot of cultural management, good number of artists out there, which is excellent. Policymakers. Keep telling us about that. While I move to our next question, which I'm going to take from Slido. And it's a question about the global North and the global South, whether one looks at that, however one looks at that, but including obviously Asia within that. What can we, the global North, assume for those from the global North? What can we be learning from the global South, and also what can the global North be doing to support? What's the next thing we need to be doing? And I'd like to ask that question to Ege.
Thanks, Jonathan. Another good one. Well, I'm positioned in Turkey, which is probably somewhere in the middle of the North and South. So maybe I'll try to channel that kind of hybrid situation in Turkey, which is technically Europe, but we have so many global South problems these days, especially. And before I forget, I want to talk about two concepts that are relevant for us. We talked about a shared vision and narrative, and one thinks about how exciting the SDGs as a narrative already are. I mean, they're very mobilizing. Everybody's so enthusiastic. And all those countries signed up to it, actually, North and South. And it's quite miraculous. I don't think they knew what they were signing up for, or they would not have signed up for it, because nobody's delivering sincerely. And so one concept is sincerity that I want to talk about. I think it applies to both the North and South. Maybe these divisions are a little artificial sometimes. I mean, in terms of, let's say, maybe decolonization, the North-South, and indigenous rights, the North-South polarity might be very central. But in governance terms, in how society works, especially how we're globalizing so much, especially with emerging big economies, they are looking more and more like northern global North consumers with the same aspirations. And so they're going to, we're facing in the future the same problems maybe in the global South that the global North, maybe more depression, more loss of meaning with consumerism. Like more first world problems of suicide, maybe. I mean, I'm just thinking aloud here. So we have to look at, I think, shared problems, and look. That's why the SDGs are for the whole world, not just for the global South, like the MDGs were, mainly. And the second concept I don't want to forget about is actually the duality of hope and despair. In my country, I'm not going to censor myself. We have a lot of despair. Certain communities feel very oppressed. We have authoritarianism problems, the rising far right. This is, again, not only a developing or middle income country problem. Also in Europe, we have these kinds of populism, governance problems. And I find a lot of hope in sustainable development. I mean, working in sustainable development gives me a lot of optimism and hope, because I'm exposed to the potential and the information and the solutions that are possible. And a lot of my friends don't have that exposure, so they don't understand why I'm an optimist. So maybe we just need to keep communicating. And try to disperse this general feeling of despair that also causes less organizing and less activism and less resilience in terms of fighting the good fights. I think this also comes, sorry, I go on a very long, but North-South divide, I mean, I don't know. Let me give a pause there. I don't have a.
No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I was speaking a couple of weeks ago with the new director of the International African American Museum in Charleston, which is on the land where 40 to 60% of enslaved Africans landed when they arrived in the US. And she said, you have to be able to go between joy and despair all the time and hold them at the same time. We can't have joy on Monday, despair Tuesday. You can't schedule these things. You have to deal with the whole of life. And I suspect that's exactly what arts and culture can do. I had to, my question, a question of globalization, really, from where you stand. Obviously, there has been a real diversity of culture across the world. There's also been homogenization with same things everywhere. But actually, again, there seems to be more diversity within the global South and the North. What's your sense of the role of culture as an individual statement of a place and a people? And to what degree do you think there's opportunities with that kind of internationalization?
So, of course, we all know that with 1989 came globalization. I remember when growing up, we all had one TV, one television program that you're watching. Everyone is watching the same thing. And so there was kind of less diversity growing up than we have now. And sometimes it gets a little confusing as to what should I be watching now? And are we losing that sense of national identity or community identity when we have so much coming in from elsewhere, and of course from Africa? And so the media has played a role in enhancing cultural diversity. But at the same time, there's something, of course, we are also losing in that sense of having a national identity like we used to have when we had one television station and we watch news at the same time. So with globalization comes that, but the good thing is that, of course, it provides an opportunity for diversity. But I wanted to say something with regards to the concept of Ubuntu in Africa, which is an idea that many people kind of try to hang on to when they feel like maybe we are losing our African identity because of so much diversity that is coming into Africa. But at the same time, remember that the characteristics of Ubuntu are also connected more to socialism rather than capitalism. And so there's that confusion, especially now that we are within this framework, the neoliberal hegemony, whereby it's about diversity, it's about, so Africa seems to be, kind of confused as to what to hang on. And I was kind of, intrigued by a concept that I came across called Afro-capitalism. And it's also tapping into the Ubuntu idea, whereby you're saying we have cultural, harmony, but at the same time, let us exist within a capitalistic system. And then there are those critics who are saying, no, that's not what we need on the African continent. We need to move more towards some kind of solidarity, some kind of corporatism, not really socialism, but some kind of cooperativism, whereby we are not fooled by the whole idea of capitalism and we lose the whole idea of being together. So I think with Africa is a point of decision making as what do we really want to connect us? Because before colonization, the Ubuntu idea was clear within traditional Africa. When we got, colonization comes in, it brings new cultures. And then now with globalization, bringing the different diverse cultures, we are still struggling as to holding our heads above the water so that our cultural identity does not disappear. So that's what I wanted to add to
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Ayeta. I'm really struck by that journey from Ubuntu to Afropunk, in effect. The idea of culture assimilating, but also then growing back out again as a capitalist action. And I think we all suffer in the arts and culture world as being the first people to question ourselves. So that kind of the fact that we will always ask the big difficult questions rather than stating the facts that are convincing. A question to Pierluigi. Of those questions, what are the questions we need to be asking? You talked, I've heard you talk previously about Maslow and about the role of culture. How do we make that narratively as well as quantitatively and qualitatively compelling?
Well, in culture, we have a lot of really compelling anecdotes. We have stories, and these stories are often very beautifully presented. But the problem is that to really have an uptake of this perspective in the decision-making centers, we need evidence. And of course, now we are gathering an increasing amount of evidence in this regard. We have beautiful clinical research, for example, on the impacts of cultural participation on so many different health domains. We have randomized studies, for example, on the impact of culture on social cohesion and empathy. We have an increasing amount of studies of how behavioral change is driving, for example, responsible pro-social environmental behaviors that are mediated through cultural experiences. The problem is to, in some sense, on one side, overcome the diffidence that many people in the cultural sphere have towards this. Even if, a study that puts numbers into this is somehow betraying or distorting what is the ineffable nature of cultural experiences. Of course, we know that culture is a very subtle and complex and multi-layered experience. But if we understand some aspects that can be communicated with numbers, knowing that, of course, this does not exhaust the complexity of culture, why not? And the second point is really mainstreaming this into the really important channels that policymakers use to make decisions. For example, it's very difficult still today to have, for example, studies like this that really arrive to the main global scientific platforms. We know that in the end, what really makes a change is when you arrive on, for example, those scientific journals that are, in some sense, with their authority already creating a credibility asset that can be deployed. For example, now there is a big explosion of video games related research in Alzheimer treatment, because there was, back in the days, now a few years ago, a lead article in Nature that showed very clearly that certain specifically designed video games were dramatically improving, for example, the resistance of elderly people to cognitive decay to Alzheimer. That's exactly the breakthroughs that we need. And I think that from this point of view, a closer and closer collaboration between cultural practitioners, professionals, artists, and scientists, especially behavioral scientists for the future, I think is one of the most promising and exciting lines of research.
That's great. Thank you, Pierluigi. Trinidad, if we are looking at getting to a destination, really moving things on, having made a transformational difference by 2030 and into 2035, what do you think are the two main milestones we should be aiming for along the way? How will we know if we're on the right track?
Boy, this is difficult, but probably I would continue what Pierluigi was saying. So one of the things I was talking before, that we have to talk and we have to have a narrative towards the policymakers, but also I'm gonna contradict myself, but now we also have to preach to our choir, because our choir, so the cultural sector, must to be prepared to really work with these scientists, to really work with these policymakers, to really work in the educational sector, in the health sector, in transport, in all the different aspects of our society. And this means that we have to be prepared, so that the cultural sector has to be prepared. I think when we start seeing more what Pierluigi was saying, and not as white flies kind of examples, but something that is much more mainstream, that will be one of the milestones that we're going to see. And then coming back to my if we see more intersectoral or interministerial policies that could help the whole sector, that will be another milestone for us. It's like when we see the Minister of Culture sitting much more in the center.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Trinidad. Rosanna, I'd like to turn to you and ask could you, you've heard all of this, and you obviously have been involved in this conversation, as everyone has, but as an interlocutor, as someone whose job is to pull. What are you hearing? What do you think of the patterns? What's the most important lessons we can take from this conversation?
Thanks. Yeah, I have picked up on a few kind of recommendations and calls to action that seem to be emerging. On the one hand, we're saying that we need to sort of train or raise awareness with policymakers of the role of arts and culture, and continue doing that advocacy work that we've been doing across sectors, engaging with different types, including finance, education, environment, health, but also that certain cultural leaders and cultural organizations and actors need help to bridge that gap and situate their work within wider, whether it's local, national, or global policies. And organizations like the British Council, but like a lot of the people on these panels, as I mentioned, can play a part in making that happen. Another key point is around how we should improve the communication, the storytelling, the advocacy work across sectors, and bring that hope, imagination, creativity to life, so that people really understand and engage and participate in cultural life in a way that makes sense to them, that is relevant, I like Ege's word, sincere, and intergenerational, which we haven't really touched on in this conversation, how to bring young people on this journey, but also learn from young people and for them to learn from past generations or our elders. And then the third one around what Pierluigi was saying, that we do need to keep measuring, that there are brilliant studies, statistics out there, and a way we do need to keep measuring what we treasure and not just treasure what we measure. And that's something that Gabriela Ramos said recently at the Forum on Global Challenges in Birmingham. And I really believe that is something that we need to do, but we also need to make sure that we're finding new ways of measuring and a new way of operating that values the authentic stories and not just the hard data. And in terms of future thinking for transformational change, there is a new movement and a trend towards this concept. And it's quite interesting that the RSA is doing their work on collective futures for people and planet. The UN is organizing a 2023 summit on of the future. And as Emmanuel mentioned, the Secretary General would really like to bring culture into the notion of global public good. There are really positive trends in the role that culture plays in policies, such as at the G20 having the first declaration on culture. But and there's so many positive stories that are emerging from the sector and from the bottom up as well that can inform policy. So those are just some of the thoughts, but in terms of what creativity and culture can do for that future that we want to imagine, is to provide that sense of hope, imagination, bringing a design way of thinking and reflection to raise awareness, take action, encourage collectivity and that cooperative approach that Ayeta mentioned, and to foster expression and connection with people and different cultures. So it's something that we all need to hold on to and keep the faith, keep that hope, and hopefully some of that will be translated during MONDIACULT.
Thank you so much, Rosanna, for that. It's been a fantastic session. I've been really struck by many things. I've been struck by our need to really communicate our narrative, to think about what is the best storytelling we can possibly have for the non-committed. It strikes me that we do need to think about who our ambassadors are, and we need to think about our script and make sure that really we get together, even though we're all improvisers and we all say we all know that what we're doing. We do need a script, because without that, if things begin to go wrong, we just don't know what to pivot back to. We need to think about interministerial work and what can culture do for them. How can we tell the story of culture and creativity in a way that actually gives them the solutions they need? We have to be the easy solution rather than the difficult child screaming for attention. How do we measure what we're doing in new ways? And how do we just ensure that every story we tell is about culture as an asset for the common good, for safer and prosperous societies? So it's been a great session. I'd like to thank our panelists, Ege Yildirim, Ayeta Wanguza, Trinidad Salvador, Pierluigi Sacco, and Rosanna Lewis, and say quickly what happens next. From now, what we will do is we will study this. We'll think about what we've heard today, and the British Council and the World Cities Culture Forum will tie it together to bring both a report, but also to bring specific recommendations that will go to ministers at MONDIACULT in September in Mexico. There'll be another session in almost 4 weeks' time, which will be based around announcing one of the reports that's been written, but also a conversation very specifically about South America and the Caribbean. And from there, all it remains me to say is thank you to the team here. It's been a really exciting day. It's been 6 brilliant hours with some of the most extraordinary speakers I've seen in as long as I can remember. The team behind the scenes have been completely fantastic. British Council, World City Culture Forum, everybody involved, and talking to the people from UNESCO. It's been thrilling. The technical team who have made this look so slick, which of course it has been. There've been no technical hitches at all from anybody else aside from the 19 different countries we've spoken from across 72 different types of devices. But they have made everything look so beautiful. And finally, to you, the people who've been joining us all day, watching us, asking brilliant questions, telling us who you are. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Don't wrap me up with 1 minute to go.